When the Beatles burst onto the world stage in 1963, they transformed popular music overnight. A commercial phenomenon like no other, they paved the way for every artist who followed in their wake.
They were selling vast amounts of records, a 250,000 a week. No one has ever done that before. Elvis had them, Lonnie Donegan had them. Every week selling 250,000 records.
You had a revolution just in terms of sales. But in addition to that, we wouldn't have had the Rolling Stones. You wouldn't have had the Byrds, you wouldn't have had Dylan going electric, you wouldn't have had the Doors, and all those other bands that we associate also with the 60s. The chances of them existing without the Beatles are pretty slim.
Yet the band's impact spread far beyond music. As figureheads for a blooming youth culture, their influence penetrated to the heart of the post-war world.
They were agents of change. They were carrying everyone with them. Everything felt modern, new, fresh. Everywhere you looked, the world started to look different. The colors started to really emerge, these green shoots of a new culture.
From the point of the Beatles' arrival, they completely reinvented how culture works. Suddenly, adults were growing their hair long. Grown-up women were wearing mini skirts. Suddenly, it was young people who were determining everything. That started with the Beatles.
By the second half of the 60s, the band transformed into leaders of the emerging counterculture. Bringing new social, sexual, and artistic ideas into the mainstream, through their peaceful revolution, they became the undisputed voice of a generation.
The Beatles were the most commercial band on earth, but they were also the most avant-garde and experimental. That was their role. Through their music, they opened up people's minds.
They helped to move a lot of people who might not otherwise have gone along with the stuff that happened in 66 and 67 and 68. They were inspirational and influential in that way. But as they became more involved in the counterculture and more representative of it, they became a political threat.
This film traces the Beatles' path through the most extraordinary decade of the 20th century. It reveals the lasting impact of four musicians from Liverpool who went from class warriors to cultural revolutionaries while providing the soundtrack for a generation.
They were a catalyst for a great many things. They changed just about everything.
Great Britain, 1962. A small and once dominant kingdom finally recovering from years of austerity following the Second World War. A nation of discipline and order, of industrial cities and quiet village greens. And although outwardly it appeared stuck in the past, beneath the surface a fresh culture was developing that would rapidly transform it. At the close of the year, the UK was hit by some of the coldest weather it had ever suffered. Everyday life grinding to a halt as snow covered the country. Breaking through this bitter winter, on January the 11th, 1963, a record was issued that provided the first glimpse of the brave new world that was to come. Please Please Me, the second single by Liverpudlian four-piece The Beatles, quickly rose to number 2 on the British charts, and its mainstream success announced the arrival of a revolutionary force in both music and culture.
You don't need me to show why do I always have to say that? Come on, 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 please, please me, oh yeah, I got please you.
Please Please Me was a kind of an eruption. They took the blunt force of 1950s rock and roll, which was a blunt instrument. There's no other way to describe it. Musically and socially, it was a blunt instrument. And they grafted onto that the harmonies and the whole sort of plaintive vocal quality of the girl groups of the early 1960s. Nobody had ever heard anything quite like this before. This was a group that had two of the best singers of their era in the same group. And something like that I don't think had really happened before. The sound of John Lennon and Paul McCartney singing together is one of the great sounds in music of the 20th century.
Last night I said goodbye to my girl. I know you never even tried.
They were a shock to the system. Love Me Do was the first single, and it was a bit of a false start. Please Please Me, it's when you had the unison sound of the band. They're singing, come on, come on. There's this sense of anticipation and a sense of excitement. It was a fresh sound. I mean, it sounds so traditional now, but at the time, the look and the sound was completely fresh. It was positive, uplifting, and modern.
The Beatles, John Lennon, Paul McCartney, George Harrison and Ringo Starr, provided a much-needed shot in the arm to Britain's pop scene. Although American rock and roll had been enormously popular in the mid-1950s, its electrifying initial surge proved short-lived. With its major stars either selling out or disappearing from the scene, the musicians that came in their wake were more wholesome and less threatening. British artists followed suit, and the musical landscape in the UK was dominated by talented imitators and the teen idols of pop Svengali Larry Parnes. With the support of their manager Brian Epstein and producer George Martin, the Beatles offered something very different. Driven by the unique songwriting partnership of John Lennon and Paul McCartney, this band composed their own material.
Most of conventional English show business, as we think of it, was really a pale reflection of American show business. It had not always been the case, but since the war, certainly it was. You had singers like Matt Monro, who did an almost letter-perfect imitation of Frank Sinatra. By the same token, you had the famous, facile, fatuous English pop stars of the period, of whom Cliff Richard was by far the best known and most successful, who was a kind of third-rate version of Elvis, and not of the Elvis of Heartbreak Hotel, but of the Elvis of King Creole, the Elvis of Elvis the movie star.
We're all going on a summer holiday. No more working for a week or two. Fun and laughter on a summer holiday. No more worries for me or you for a week or two.
It was pretty professional. Cliff Richard and the Shadows were good players. It was a good act, but it was family friendly. And you had also characters like Larry Parnes with his stable of pretty boys who did what they were told, who sung what they were told to sing, and who had no particular creative input at all. So when somebody like the Beatles comes along, and they're not only playing their own instruments, singing beautifully, they're also singing their own compositions. This was incredibly rare at the time.
The Beatles were keen from the start to write their own material. They wrote the songs to the audience, to address the audience. They knew that the audience was 80% teenage girls, and they wrote songs that elicited the perfect response from them. And after that, the deluge followed. It sent the signal out to everybody that you can all write your own song, get a slice of the action. Within a year or two, all bands are writing or having a crack at it.
It wasn't only the extraordinary sound of the Beatles or the unique talents of Lennon and McCartney that were revolutionizing popular music. As they came to dominate the charts in 1963, their string of hit records transformed the commercial fortunes of the British record industry itself.
As the Beatles became more popular and every record seemed to sell more and more, you had a revolution in the British record industry, just in terms of sales. They'd never seen anything like this, both in the amount of sales and how long the Beatles would hang around in the charts for months and months and months. In addition to that, there was the rolling impact of hit after hit after hit that never let the quality drop. If anything, the quality increased from Please Please Me to From Me to You, which was a little more downbeat but was no less wily, and then Between the Eyes, She Loves You, which explodes out of the radio to this day.
lost your love when I saw her yesterday.
People like Cliff and Billy Fury and Elvis, you know, they were selling quite substantial amounts of records, you know, per se, but by beginning of 1963, you know, Please Please Me and From Me to You and the Please Please Me album, they were selling vast amounts of records.
No one's seen anything like this in the pop industry before. I mean, this was suddenly a happening industry that not only young people were taking notice of it, but the bean counters too. So you had everyone scouring Birmingham for the Moody Blues, the Hollies in Manchester, and Liverpool, of course. All the scouts were up there looking for the next Beatles. Everyone wanted a slice of the action because they'd revolutionised the music industry in just a matter of months in 1963.
But the group's impact was not merely confined to the musical world. They also both represented and inspired a seismic shift at the very heart of British society. How these four young working-class Liverpudlians managed to spearhead such a change lie in the Beatles and the country's past. In the 2 centuries before the Second World War, the United Kingdom had led the Industrial Revolution and had ruled over the greatest empire on earth. One of the foundations behind this superpower was its class system, which both divided and ordered its citizens. After emerging victorious from war in 1945, the elite class in this system, known as the establishment, which included the monarchy, the aristocracy, and the heads of all the major institutions governing society, immediately tried to reinforce their power. And this chain of command would once again shape life in Britain during the post-war years.
Britain was a very class-ridden society. We are a nation of subjects, not citizens. And as long as you do have a royal family and a set of lords and ladies and the whole hierarchy of privilege, then obviously someone is going to be at the bottom. After the war, the establishment obviously tried to reassert itself. So you still had the old sort of Christian values, for instance. You know, nothing happened on a Sunday. Even children's swings in the parks were chained up on Sundays. The 60s really was the first time that anyone really kicked a hole in any of that and started to challenge all of these traditional assumptions. Really, it was the same group of middle-class people who assumed that they had the right to tell everybody how to live. We're still very much in power.
Yet Britain's power was waning, and its empire slowly crumbling. Almost bankrupt as a result of its war effort, the years of hardship that followed saw the entire country suffer. The north of England in particular struggled to recover, and the once dominant port city of Liverpool, heavily targeted by German air raids, was beset by widespread damage and disappearing industry.
During the 19th century, the North sort of developed this kind of proud sense of itself. The port of Liverpool was the greatest port in the world because England was the greatest commercial nation in the world, and everything, or most things, came in and out there. But over the course of the 20th century, England went through a phenomenon that is now very familiar to Americans of the late 20th century, which is the decline of industrialization, the decline of manufacturing. By the 1940s, it was very clear that Liverpool was in decline. As a result, the Beatles generation grew up in this place that was filled with the emblems of imperial might, but which was becoming a very dire place to live in many ways.
Everywhere there was a debris. The street was full of bombed buildings. All the kids used to play in the buildings and deserted places. The debris was still going 20 or 30 years later, you know. There was no money about, and it was very hard. What did young people have in Liverpool to look forward to? Everything was closing down. All the factories were closing down. It was pretty tough times in Liverpool in those days.
You going to mug me?
I'm not going to mug you.
Is that gorgeous or what, eh?
And I believe I can run a decent marathon.
Thank you very much.
Download Veely now.
And it was within this stark landscape that the Beatles grew up. The band's founder and eldest member, John Lennon, was the product of a broken home and was raised by his aunt and uncle in a fairly affluent area of the city. His future bandmates, Paul McCartney and George Harrison, however, both came from working-class neighborhoods. Despite the dereliction surrounding them and the hard times in which they were raised, The future prospects of all three were given a boost by a new educational initiative that saw the brightest children enrolled in grammar schools, whatever their financial background.
John Lennon, Paul McCartney, and George Harrison took an examination when they were 11 years old that essentially certified them as clever. And as a result of passing what was called the 11+ exam, that meant that they were eligible to go to grammar schools. Grammar schools were designed to educate children in order to go on to some form of higher education. What this meant was that at a relatively early age, at the age of 11, particularly Paul McCartney and George Harrison, whose origins were truly working class. John Lennon was a bit more complicated. John was a little betwixt and between. But in the case of both Paul McCartney and George Harrison, at the age of 11, they were somewhat isolated from the world of the housing estates that they had grown up on. Every day they took the bus into the center of Liverpool to go to a place called the Liverpool Institute. And they were essentially marked and educated from the age of 11 to transcend their working class origins.
With far better schooling than their parents, these future Beatles were a new breed, raised within the proud Liverpudlian working class, yet unfazed by the educated elite supposedly above them. And with the coming of rock and roll in 1956, a musical form exploded that spoke directly to their youth and their sense of difference. It was the following year that John Lennon met Paul McCartney and invited him to join his band, the Quarrymen, with George Harrison joining shortly thereafter. All around them in Liverpool, a new phenomenon was finding its own rebellious voice. The teenagers had arrived.
The 50s became the era when teenagers really came into their own. We were together in our love of the music. Up until that time, a young lad would be taken to the pub for his first pint when he turned of age by his dad. He'd dress like his dad. He'd go into the union of his dad and go in the same work as his dad. With the girls, she was in the kitchen learning how to make the breakfast, do the cleaning, all the rest of it. But suddenly, the youngsters were now earning money and they wanted to spend it their way and do their things and not be told what to do.
A generation gap was opening up, and this would dominate cultural life in Britain across the next decade. And while rock and roll resonated with young working class Britons, other American influences, from the beat poets to jazz and blues, were embraced by middle class teenagers. If the future Beatles were at heart rock and roll rebels, none of them more embodied this than John Lennon. But having failed his exams in 1957, he found a place at the Liverpool College of Art, where he was thrown into an unfamiliar bohemian student culture. Although this would prove vital in expanding his talents, here Lennon was an outsider.
I first met John Lennon at the College of Art. I was sitting down in the sort of canteen, and suddenly I noticed this guy walk past. And I thought, what's he dressed up like? Because he was dressed almost like a teddy boy, and a completely unconventional type of dress compared to all the other students. And I looked around, and everyone was wearing duffel coats and turtleneck sweaters. I thought, oh, they're all wearing the same, they're all conventional. He's the rebel, he's the one who's different, I must get to know him.
If you were in art school in the 1950s, you would have been exposed to the intellectual radicalism and rebellion of figures like Jack Kerouac and the Beat Generation, who were anti-established religion, pro-self-expression, anti any kind of establishment repression. And the angry young men of theatre, John Osborne, Arnold Wesker, these guys were angry, but they were clever. They found a way of directing their anger, which may well have been a kind of personal angst, but when it's directed to the outside world, it can create a great articulate voice of a generation, if you like.
954. 950 bloody 5. I could get through in half the time if I went like a bull, but they'd only slash me wages so they can get stuffed. Don't let the bastards grind you down, that's one thing I've learned.
This sort of influence would have been very appealing to someone like John Lennon, who was himself an angry young man for all kinds of personal reasons. But if you could be an angry young man and thoughtful with it, then that's very appealing.
By the summer of 1960, the school days of John Lennon, Paul McCartney and George Harrison were over, yet they were quickly thrust into an education of another kind. In August, the band, now calling itself the Beatles, headed for a season of shows in the vibrant German city Hamburg. And over the following year, it was here that they earned their stripes as a rock and roll band. Upon their return to Liverpool in 1961, they quickly rose to the very top of the city's music scene. Yet they were isolated in the north, and the rest of the country paid little attention.
I started writing to papers like the Daily Mail saying, what is happening in Liverpool is like New Orleans at the turn of the century, but with rock and roll instead of jazz. But of course, no one was interested. So I decided to do it myself and created Merseybeat. And of course, my friends, John and the group he formed, the Beatles, were the main people I wrote about.
With a teenage audience hungry for information about this new rock and roll scene, Bill Harry's Merseybeat music paper proved a huge success in the north of England. Celebrating the Beatles in almost every issue, it brought them to the attention of one of its contributors, local businessman Brian Epstein. The manager of a Liverpool music store, through Bill Harry, Epstein arranged to see the band play at the city's legendary Cavern Club and was blown away by their performance. He immediately offered to manage the band, and by January 1962, a contract was signed. Wary of the controlling approach of managers like Larry Parnes, Epstein was still conscious of the unwritten rules of the British entertainment industry. If the Beatles were going to change the world, they'd first have to change their look.
What I think he had was the instinct to realize the general overall sort of pattern of how things worked in this country. They were the savage young Beatles dressed in black leather and playing rock and roll to prostitutes, gangsters and all the rest of it in Hamburg, taking drugs and all the rest of it. They were the savage young Beatles. They would never have been accepted by the established media.
And the Beatles' breakthrough in early 1963 confirmed that Epstein's instincts were spot on. He had successfully smuggled a unique band of rebels into the heart of the mainstream. Yet unlike the controlling managers that dominated the British entertainment world, he then simply set them loose. From the moment they soared to the top of the British charts, the press, radio interviewers and television presenters came face to face with the Beatles. And these quick-witted, confident and very modern young men chose to play the game by their own rules.
In the beginning, the Beatles' behavior with the press was the most revolutionary thing about it. Nobody of their age group, and to a certain extent of their background, had ever behaved this way with reporters before.
Do you know you look like Matt Monroe? Give us a Russia with love. Thanks, boys.
The Beatles were just audacious. When they were being interviewed, they kind of turned the tables. When Adam Faith or someone like that was interviewed before, it was very much, you know, kind of a master and servant kind of thing.
Cliff, what sort of tour did you have?
Oh, well, I can honestly say it's been probably the most pleasurable one we've had for some time, mainly because not just the audiences, but because we've had a few hours off and we've been swimming and sunbathing and things.
The Beatles just ripped into that and almost ridiculed the whole thing, turned the whole thing into a Marx Brothers farce, which was fantastic.
I hear anyway that the four of you are going to be millionaires by the end of the year.
Oh, that's nice.
Have you got time? Have you got time to actually spend this money?
What money? He said.
Doesn't he give any to you?
No. Can you see that car of his?
It was very, very close to the way groups of male adolescents interacted with one another as a matter of course. This is what teenage boys and do. They try to top one another. They try to cut one another down, all of this sort of thing. The Beatles simply had the nerve to take this thing and to sort of perform it in front of microphones and cameras.
John, there's a rumor in the news of the Beatles paper that you might be leaving the group.
Rubbish. I'm
Absolutely.
contracted. Been trying to get out for years.
You've been writing some poetry.
What paper?
A paper called The News of the Beatles.
Never heard of it.
Do you want to see it?
No.
Must be American.
Part of their success came from the fact that they were not plastic, they were authentic. They came out of a fairly tough city, and they were just being themselves, and that was astonishingly, that was new. To actually be yourself was new.
By presenting themselves genuinely, the Beatles managed to highlight the mannered, stilted exterior of British cultural life at a time when it was already showing signs of weakness. Polite society's attitude to all forms of behavior, in particular sex, had been prudish and stuffy for centuries. But by the early 1960s, things were changing. At the beginning of the decade, the novel Lady Chatterley's Lover was successfully published. Withheld from the general public since the late 1920s, this erotic tale of love across the class divide became a phenomenon upon its release, quickly selling over 3 million copies. At the same time, a scandal erupted at the very heart of the British establishment, with the exposure of an illicit affair between politician John Profumo and a 19-year-old model. The uptight sexual attitudes of the British were being confronted in public, and then Beatlemania happened. By the summer of 1963, the band's overwhelming effect on teenage girls was becoming a nationwide epidemic. Their critics warned that the Liverpudlians had unleashed a wave of sexual frenzy in their female audience. Yet the liberation that the Beatles offered these girls was more complicated than it first appeared.
What everybody wanted to think and also didn't want to think was this was somehow all about eroticism. This was all about sex. And what was going on here was that these young women were having something that looked like it simulated a sexual experience in response to the sight and sound of the Beatles. And therefore it was always talked about and written about in the Freudian terms of hysteria, which of course is a sexually charged term also. Were these girls orgasmic? Was this orgasmic? That's not what was going on.
With rock and roll in the 1950s, that was a catalyst for a lot of young men finding a reason to be something other than a version of their dad when they became adolescents. And it wasn't necessarily fabulously articulate to dress as a teddy boy and be a bit rowdy on the street, but at least it was finding an identity. And I think for a young female, it wasn't quite as straightforward. Something like Beatlemania, the screaming that surrounded the Beatles, it's quite tempting to interpret it as a sort of howl of frustration as they try and find their own identity. And it's as inarticulate in a way as teddy boys rampaging in cinemas.
Do you deliberately try and create this sort of screaming reactions?
No, we just, arrive at the theatre and they're always there waiting. And whenever we're doing a show, the police always come and say, don't look out the window, because you excite them.
These girls were controlling public space, and nobody could do anything about it. It's a perfect example of what we would call bad behavior. Screaming, yelling, weeping in public, this is bad behavior in one way or another. And yet it was sanctioned, not by the authorities, but by the Beatles themselves.
The Beatles phenomenon was unstoppable. At the end of August, the single She Loves You became the fastest-selling record that had ever been released in the UK. In less than a year, the band's success outstripped that of any artist who had preceded them. And the final stage in their conquest of Britain came on November the 4th, 1963, when for the first time the Beatles came face to face with the highest order of the establishment, the royal family. The occasion unleashed the rock and roll rebel in John Lennon, who saw in the night's performance an opportunity too good to pass up.
John, in this royal variety show, when you're appearing before royalty, your language has got to be pretty good, obviously. This thing about Ted Heath saying that he couldn't distinguish.
I can't understand
the
Teddy.
Queen's English.
I can't understand Teddy saying that at all, really. I'm not going to vote for Ted.
But you're not going to change your act just for the Lord Privy Seal.
Oh, no, we'll keep, the same kind of thing, won't we?
Oh, well,
yeah, that's right.
Lennon always had an ambivalent relationship with how the establishment, the entertainment establishment, were cozying up to the Beatles. On the one hand, the professional in him loved the fact that they were being fantastically successful, but the rebel in him found it all hard to take. And so on the occasion of the Royal Command performance, he teased Brian Epstein by suggesting that he was going to go up and swear in front of the Queen. But in the end, his professionalism won out. He managed to create a little bit of subversion, but it was very carefully thought through.
For our last number, I'd like to ask your help. Would the people in the cheaper seats clap your hands? And the rest of you, if you just rattle your jewelry.
This is sort of like a moment of insurrection, it felt like. But the thing is, it wasn't quite as radical, perhaps, because you look at Lennon's face after he says it, and he sort of looks as if he's just admitted to his mum that he's messed himself, or something like that. It was something really humble pie. You know, he felt quite sheepish. But no one else but John Lennon would really come out and even have the gall to say that. But what may have seemed a kind of a revolutionary, insurrectionary moment by saying, rattle your jewelry, in a really class-driven moment, was actually punctured by this sense that the Beatles were nice boys and they can get away with anything.
With the youth of Britain in their thrall, the Beatles headed out to new territories, travelling to Scandinavia at the close of the year and then on to France. The domestic pop scene that they left behind had been transformed by their success, and from Liverpudlian acts like Jerry and the Pacemakers to London's The Rolling Stones, new groups were emerging on an almost weekly basis to battle it out in the clubs and on the charts. The Beatles were moving on, however, with manager Brian Epstein's sights set firmly on the largest territory of all, America.
Looking forward to this American trip. Have you had any reaction over there? You got any fan clubs going? Is there
Well, there's one supposed to be started, and they're getting quite good response, you know. Yeah. 12,000 letters a day.
But the Beatle movement's going over there.
Yeah,
Is it?
You can even be a Beatle booster, folks.
Yeah. I must tell you, by the way, that Detroit University have got to stamp out the Beatle movement.
No,
yeah,
we've
got to stamp out
Detroit.
They think your haircuts are un-American.
Well, it was very observant of them, because we aren't American, actually.
There was always that thing, well, what happens next? Is the beat bubble going to burst, you know? Yeah. But it never did, it just kept going on.
If Britain was suffering a particularly harsh winter when the Beatles had first set the charts alight in early 1963, when their single, I Wanna Hold Your Hand, reached America the following year, it entered a nation grappling with far greater misfortunes. Having emerged from the Second World War as one of the world's two superpowers, the following decade had been dominated by the country's hostile relationship with the Soviet Union and the threat of a full-blown nuclear war. But Americans themselves were enjoying the fruits of a flourishing economy. A strong consumer culture had developed, and domestic confidence was running high. In 1960, President John F. Kennedy came to office, a young, charismatic politician who embodied this new confidence and who promised a bright and optimistic future.
My fellow citizens of the world, ask not what America will do for you, but what together we can do for the freedom of man.
3 years later, in November 1963, his assassination shook the country to its core.
There was this injection of energy into American life that he represented. You know, he was young, he was handsome. It represented such a marked change from Dwight Eisenhower. I mean, Eisenhower was a carryover from World War II. Obviously, he was a war hero. He was an extension of that generation into modern America. But John Kennedy was modern America. All of the optimism and youthfulness, the baby boom was going on, you know, was kind of epitomized by John Kennedy. And the Kennedy assassination just ended that. The Beatles represented also youth, just as John Kennedy did, and wit and intelligence. Certainly for young people, it turned things around immediately. The Beatles just lit America up.
I'm sure it could have been something else. I mean, I'm sure that some other joyful manifestation of something could have occurred. But what occurred was a song. And it's really important to realize in Britain, the Beatles' personalities, their repartee, their whole public performance was a critical part of the way that they came to the attention of the British public. In America, it was a song.
Oh yeah, I'll tell you something. I think you'll understand when I say that something. I wanna hold your hand.
It was the perfect vehicle to come into this traumatized national atmosphere. What is the dominant quality of the sound of John Lennon and Paul McCartney singing together? Joy. Joy in performance. Joy in listening to one another's voices. Joy in whatever kind of reinforcement is going on here. That's painting with really broad strokes. There's nothing subtle about that.
There is no question the Beatles changed everything immediately. And I Want to Hold Your Hand made a gigantic impact. And then, of course, I mean, the floodgates opened. And not only with one great Beatles song after another, but, you know, the British invasion. I mean, the Beatles just knocked the door down.
What the Beatles had done to Britain, they were now doing to America. Released at the close of 1963, within 2 months, I Want to Hold Your Hand had sold more than 1 million copies and became the band's first #1 single in the US. A week after they topped the charts, John, Paul, George and Ringo crossed the Atlantic and arrived in New York City to greet a new set of screaming teenage fans. They were also met by members of the press keen to understand this foreign phenomenon, and the group introduced them to their unique brand of informal humor, as rare in America as it had been in Britain.
There's no question that the way they dealt with the press was original. It was quite clear that they were not like anything else. How smart they really were, how funny they were. I mean, John and Paul in particular were extremely intelligent, articulate, original people. And George was also a very droll guy, and Ringo was sort of a natural clown who was just that quick, that smart, who was a pop star. I mean, I must be forgetting somebody, but damned if I can think of who it would be.
You think of your records as funny records? No, music, not
we think that it's funny and peculiar, that they should be hits after such a long time.
Do you feel they're musical?
Obviously they're musical because it's music, isn't it? Our instruments make music, and it's a record, even
it's musical.
Classical.
Musical. It's music, isn't it?
That's music.
It's good, he knows music up there.
All right, but what do you call it? Do you call it Boston rock and roll?
We don't. We try not to define it because we get so many wrong classifications of it. It's no use. We just call it music. Even if you don't.
With a question mark.
Pardon?
With a question mark?
No, we need the physics. With an exclamation mark.
The underlying message of the Beatles' wit in their press conferences was about a youth movement that wasn't going to be determined by old people. From the point of the Beatles' arrival, they completely reinvented how culture works. Before that, everything, fashion, movies, music, it all was top down. It all was, what grown-ups liked, and then it filtered down to the kids. After a year or two, suddenly it was young people who were determining everything. That started with the Beatles.
Having broken all previous sales records in Britain the year beforehand, by April 1964, the band made Billboard Hot 100 history by becoming the only act ever to occupy the first 5 positions on the chart. The 4 Mop Tops were now revolutionizing popular music in America too, and Beatlemania spread like wildfire throughout the country. And then in July, following the time-honored career trajectory of all post-war popular entertainers, the band starred in their first full-length feature film. Yet A Hard Day's Night was, unsurprisingly, unlike anything that had preceded it.
It's been a hard day's night, and I've been working like a dog. It's been a hard day's night.
Music movies before A Hard Day's Night were profit-making ventures intended exclusively for the teen audience of, whatever artists happened to be in them. A Hard Day's Night just kind of flipped that. They took what was a toss-off form, the rock movie, and made it something great.
Directed by American Richard Lester, the film created an entirely new language for rock and roll cinema. Previously, musicians had all made their transition to the big screen, playing fictional characters created by screenwriters. In A Hard Day's Night, however, the Beatles played themselves in a comedy inspired by their own experiences of fame. It was both a commercial and a critical phenomenon.
They're playing themselves in a sort of a fictional film. That didn't happen. So much of what happened in the early career of the Beatles hadn't really happened before. They were breaking through on so many different levels.
Tell me, how did you find America?
Turn left to Greenland.
Has success changed your life?
Yes.
I'd like to keep Britain tidy.
Are you a mod or a rocker?
No, I'm a mocker.
Oh. Have you any hobbies?
As I see it, it's really A Hard Day's Night that establishes them as something completely new and interesting beyond your wildest imaginings.
I don't snore. You do, repeatedly. Do I snore, John? Yeah, you're a window rattler, son. It's just your opinion. Do I snore, Paul?
With a trombone hooter like yours, it would be unnatural if you didn't.
No, Paulie, don't mock the afflicted.
Oh, come off it, it's only a joke.
It may be a joke, but it's his nose. He can't help having a hideous great hooter. And the poor little head trembling under the weight of it.
This was not the rock and roll movie that you were expecting to see, not at all. And although their wit had always been clear, they were always funny on the microphone, its irreverence, and its irreverence about themselves, was just completely unprecedented. And of course, it just made them seem even more godlike.
And while the Beatles embarked on a substantial US tour in the summer of '64, back in Britain, the whole country was evolving in their wake. Following the sex scandals of the previous year, the nation had turned against the establishment and voted in the Labour government of new Prime Minister Harold Wilson, a man who seemed to represent the voice of a younger, more progressive United Kingdom.
Harold Wilson actually became leader of the Labour Party around the same time that the Beatles were just having the first stirrings of huge success. He was Northern, let's not forget that. So this was, again, part of this big Northern powerhouse. You had the Beatles on the popular culture sense, and then you had Harold Wilson, who was reflecting modernity in the political sense. We're thrusting into a new world. We were behind Europe in the 50s. The Tories had let us down. He wanted to, let's get modern, like the Italians, like the French, like the Germans, let's get working. And let's make everyone enjoy the fruits of the success.
And central to this new progressive Britain was its youth. The staggering international success of the homegrown pop scene had injected the younger generation with confidence. And boosted by the country's growing prosperity, a new consumer culture emerged. Fresh from the breeding grounds of the art colleges, the modern ideas of Britain's budding designers were unleashed. This was nowhere more apparent than in fashion and its nerve centre in London's bustling Carnaby Street.
This was the first time that young people had enough money to buy records, to buy clothes, to have their haircuts. Out of that, almost immediately came a separate youth market. Carnaby Street thrived. Up until that point, when a girl left school, she immediately began dressing like her mother, whereas someone like Mary Quant made dresses that you could run in, and you could dance in and do stuff, that young people do. And of course, that transformed the whole face of British fashion.
Everything felt modern, new, fresh. Everywhere you looked, the world started to look different. The black and white of the early Beatles and pre-Beatles, even with the Beatles all in black and white, even Hard Day's Night was in black and white. Within a year, the colours started to really emerge, the green shoots of a new culture.
Although they had played the central role in cultivating this new cultural landscape, by late 1964, the Beatles themselves were growing weary of their 8 days a week fame. In an attempt to escape from Beatlemania, both John Lennon and George Harrison had moved to rural Surrey, 30 miles from the centre of London, and Ringo Starr would join them there the following year. In December, Beatles for Sale, the band's fourth studio album, was released, and it clearly showed signs of fatigue.
You only have to look at the cover. These are young men exhausted, really, by a couple of years of Beatlemania. It was just obvious that they were becoming worn out, and that the incredible appeal of early fame, which they just rode that like a wonderful wave, and you can see and feel the joy in the records and in the interviews. By Beatles for Sale, it's losing its luster quite quickly.
Yet the onward march of youth culture would soon revive the band. While the kaleidoscopic colours of Carnaby Street were in full bloom, a more experimental subculture was developing in West London, the leaders of which would soon cross paths with the Beatles. Inspired by avant-garde literature, art and music, this loose group of artists and artisans lacked a sense of community. In June 1965, however, Barry Miles, the manager of renowned independent bookshop Better Books, arranged a momentous poetry event at London's Albert Hall, featuring Allen Ginsberg and other leading American beat writers. It was of huge significance, uniting the various creative clans of an emerging British counterculture.
The big poetry reading at the Albert Hall in '65 was, I think, the first time a constituency was seen in London. Up until that point, the actors and the poets and the filmmakers and the people who ran boutiques, none of them knew each other. At this event, which was basically a Beat Generation reading of Allen Ginsberg, Lawrence Ferlinghetti and Gregory Corso, all of these people came together into the Albert Hall, 7,000 people. The whole thing was a giant party, and it was really like the first sort of mass networking session, I suppose.
At this pivotal event that he had helped organise, Miles met John Dunbar, an artist friendly with both Allen Ginsberg and Gregory Corso, and who had recently married young singer Marianne Faithfull. Together, they planned a new centre for underground activities, the Indica Bookshop and Gallery, and this would bring Miles directly into the Beatles world.
We went along to the Albert Hall, and a friend called Paolo Leone kind of went, "Oh, you should meet this guy," who Miles worked at Better Books at that point. And so we got chatting, and I don't know how many people it holds, the Albert Hall, a couple of thousand, 5,000, I don't know. Anyway, we kind of thought, well, look, everybody's paid a quid to see this, so maybe we could do a shop.
We decided to combine forces and start a bookshop art gallery combined. His best friend was a guy called Peter Asher, who at that point was in Peter and Gordon, a little rock and folk duo who had #1 hits, in fact, in Britain and America and Japan. And so Peter had some money, so naturally we looked to Peter to finance this venture. And so consequently, we started a company called Miles, Asher and Dunbar, MAD. I got to know Peter, of course, through this. And he was living at home with his parents, and also living at home was his sister, Jane Asher. Jane was a TV personality. She interviewed people. She was a child star in films and a lot on the radio. Also living there was Jane Asher's boyfriend, who was Paul McCartney, who was living on the top floor in a little attic room next to Peter's room. So there was this extraordinary household that I got introduced to. And when I was setting up the bookshop, we had all the books delivered to the basement there because we hadn't found any premises yet. And obviously through that, I got to know Paul as well. He would come in late at night, browse through the books and just leave me a note saying what he'd taken. So he was my first customer, in fact, in the bookshop. And when we did find some premises, he helped put up the shelves and paint the walls. So he was very, very involved with the whole project. And it was wonderful to get to know him.
While his bandmates had fled London in favour of the quiet suburban life, through his contact with the progressive art world, Paul McCartney soon became the most cultured of the Beatles. Where John Lennon had been married for years and was raising a young son, George Harrison had moved in with girlfriend Pattie Boyd, and Ringo Starr was a newlywed, McCartney was actively pursuing fresh sounds and fresh concepts, with Miles as his avant-garde guide.
In his own words, he used to go around London with his antenna out. One day he would go to see you know, a John Cage concert or a Luciano Berio or some, you know, electronic music. And then next day he would go and see Tessie O'Shea at the Talk of the Town, and then, or some torch singer down at the Blue Angel. I mean, it was all being sucked in.
McCartney was very much the culturally aware Beatle about town, while the others went into a slightly cozier existence in the stockbroker belt. He was still curious, he was still hungry for any stimulation. It's around this time, 1965, 66, that McCartney really begins to drive the Beatles. He hung around in London, being stimulated, and bringing all of that back to the Beatles table, and giving them, continuing to give them, an artistic edge.
That artistic edge would prove unmistakable when the Beatles headed to the studio in mid-1965 to record the album Rubber Soul. Across the previous year, the wave of bands inspired by the Beatles' example had not only begun to catch up with the Liverpudlians, but in some cases threatened to overtake them. Following Lennon and McCartney's lead, the Rolling Stones had managed to break America and had begun to write their own hits. Folk icon Bob Dylan had gone electric and transformed into the preeminent poet of rock. And new bands were emerging, from The Who to The Byrds, introducing fresh sounds and perspectives. Yet the Beatles were ready to pave the way once again. In pursuit of total creative control, with Rubber Soul, producer George Martin booked the band into Abbey Road Studios for an entire month, turning conventional recording rules on their head.
Before Rubber Soul, a professional recording day was overseen by recording engineers in white coats, and there was 3 hours in the morning, a break for lunch, and 3 hours in the afternoon, and that was it. That was your recording day. When Rubber Soul came along, they had enough clout to say, we want a bit more flexibility than that. We might want to stay on and record into the night.
They invented the idea of treating a record album as if it were a work of art. It takes time to do anything that's worthwhile. So you had this new idea, the idea of the recording studio as compositional laboratory. This was this incredible, real revolution. Not just how to make records, but how to make music.
There are places I remember.
Rubber Soul looks like the moment when pop music could become popular art. The whole album had a sense of being an artistic statement. Brian Wilson himself of the Beach Boys said, when I heard Rubber Soul, I knew that's how good pop records could be. They could be a whole artistic world. That's how good Rubber Soul was.
Is there anybody going to listen to my story? All about the girl who came to stay. She's the kind of girl you want so much it makes you sorry. Still you don't regret a single day. Ah, girl, girl.
John Lennon is suddenly writing lyrics like, was she told when she was young that pain would lead to pleasure? Did she understand it when they said that a man must break his back to earn his day of leisure? Will she still believe it when he's dead? I mean, that's in a song called Girl. Those aren't pop song lyrics. That gave Rubber Soul just a very different feel.
You could hear that they were actually writing songs as artists, not just as pop performers. So you had songs like The Word, which is an extraordinary song for 1965. Say the word and that word is love. You know, this is 2 years before The Summer of Love. The despair of Beatles for sale, and there they are now reaching out for something that they've picked up on something else.
And just as Rubber Soul re-established the band's musical superiority, the four young Northern radicals were officially recognized by the British establishment. Having already received the highest accolades from the entertainment world, in October 1965, they were invited to Buckingham Palace to meet the Queen. Here they would be anointed as members of the Most Excellent Order of the British Empire, or MBEs.
This has been one of the talents of the establishment for a very long time. In fact, this is what the MBEs and knighthoods and all sorts of things like that were all about. That at a certain point, renegades need to be brought into the fold. But it's at that very moment that they now, because they were always importing musical influences, but they also become a conduit for imported American influences in these other fields that they're getting interested in. Miles is turning them on to Ginsberg's poetry. Robert Fraser is turning them on to American pop artists, things like this. They become citizens of the world. And so it's perfectly appropriate that at that very moment, the British establishment should say, time for you to come to Buckingham Palace and be certified as representatives, as members of the British Empire.
John, had you met the Queen before?
No, first time.
What did she think of you in the flesh? Did she tell you?
No, she's not going to say either way, but she seemed pleasant enough to us, made us relaxed.
Oh, now you've got this, do you feel that you're becoming part of the establishment, as it's so called?
No, don't feel any different. I still feel just like before.
You feel exactly the same. You feel exactly the same.
It was a recognition that the pop world had come of age. They were the aristocracy of the pop world, of pop culture, of working class culture. And so it was sort of inevitable in a way that they would be rewarded in the spirit of the new sort of democracy. But also it closed a chapter because from then on, they went off and did it their way, which wasn't the establishment's way. In fact, it was the beginning of a period of great antagonism with the establishment and pop culture. And the Beatles, as usual, were pretty much at the center of that.
The Beatles' position at the center of these new developments in youth culture was crucial to their evolution over the next 2 years. With McCartney now closely affiliated with key players in London's underground artistic scene, and with similar movements in both New York and Los Angeles influencing American musicians, the stage was now set for more radical ideas to enter the mainstream. And as these were developing, a new drug and a new figurehead were gaining prominence on both sides of the Atlantic.
The message is very simple. 6 words. Turn on, tune in, drop out.
Psychologist Timothy Leary had emerged in the US as a prominent spokesman for the hallucinogen LSD, or acid. Having led psychedelic experiments at Harvard University since the turn of the 60s, and with beat poet Allen Ginsberg a key early supporter, by 1965, Leary was becoming a major countercultural figure.
Tim Leary was a psychiatrist, psychoanalyst, psychotherapist. He claimed, I think, to have something like 7 PhDs. He was a professor at Harvard who began working originally with psilocybin before he got onto LSD as a way of treating prisoners and treating mental illness. I mean, the thing is, Leary was very much part of the establishment. He'd worked right across the normal lines of psychiatry. But of course, when he started to take all these things, he contacted his own self on a cellular level, and he realized that an awful lot of this was game playing and rubbish. And so he basically felt that this was in fact a spiritual key that he'd been handed, and that his message really should be to encourage people to leave the establishment and find themselves creatively or spiritually.
And the newly appointed MBEs, the Beatles, were already on their way to leaving the establishment and rediscovering themselves through hallucinogens. John Lennon and George Harrison had been introduced to LSD in early 1965 and had been joined by Ringo Starr for their second experience with the drug later that year. Combined with Paul McCartney's newfound interest in experimental art through his London social circle, the world's most commercial band were ready to take a very unexpected detour.
They wanted to discover who they were. They had no real sense of who they were, I think, anymore. So they're picking up the pieces, putting it together again. How the hell did they make sense of the goldfish bowl life that they'd been thrown into? From playing at the Casbah in Liverpool and the Cavern to being feted all around the world and just seeing themselves reflected back, people getting pieces of them everywhere, not knowing really who they were. And I think that was the engagement of pop culture, represented by the Beatles, with the counterculture, which was growing in confidence, and the fact that the two started to join forces in London, in San Francisco, they sparked off each other.
And it was at the close of 1965 that McCartney drew the ever-skeptical Lennon out of his Surrey sanctuary and introduced him to the underground world of Miles and the Indica bookshop and gallery.
One day, very shortly after we opened, Paul McCartney showed up with John Lennon, and I think it was the first time John was ever in the shop. And he was looking for a book by Nietzsche, and I just did not know who he meant. It took me maybe half a minute to figure out it was Nietzsche, and that was just enough time for him to get quite irritated and think I was being this middle-class university type, putting him down. And then Paul had to do his usual role of sort of calming everyone and said, no, he went to art school just like you, and it's just because you didn't know how to say it, did you? You know. But in the meantime, I remembered we had only just the day before had a big shipment of the Psychedelic Experience by Tim Leary. John curled up on the settee with it, and literally in Tim Leary's introduction, before you even get to the text, it says, turn off your mind and relax and drift downstream, or however the lines are, that finally showed up in only about a month later in Tomorrow Never Knows.
This song would be the most innovative composition of the band's career to date. Alongside Lennon's Leary-inspired lyrics, Paul McCartney's contributions to the track were equally radical. Having joined Miles at a number of avant-garde electronic music events, the Beatle had begun enthusiastically working on his own experimental compositions, using loops of recorded tape. As the Beatles entered the studio to begin producing Tomorrow Never Knows, George Martin invited McCartney to bring these to the sessions.
He had produced a whole load of them and brought them into the studio just in a plastic bag. They arranged the studio so that there were different tape recorders in different parts of the Abbey Road studio complex. And I was in a room with Peter Asher, and we were playing quite a long loop, which entailed holding a jam jar, and the loop went around the jam jar and then past the playback head and then over to, we had to keep it in tension. And I think there were 8 or maybe even 10 of us around the building, all standing, holding pencils or jam jars, and all of this information was going into the deck. And George Martin was just sitting there with his headphones, and whatever he did, of course, it's impossible to ever reproduce. That was it, that was the master, as soon as he pressed record. When I heard the playback, I mean, it was astonishing, actually. I thought, good God, this is the future.
The studio was an instrument. Once upon a time, it was just this almost invisible console that was just there to absorb what was being played on the floor. Now it was actually being used as an instrument, and it was more important than individual instruments in a way. This was unprecedented. And the other interesting thing about Tomorrow Never Knows, it was the first recording for Revolver. It was done in April '66. I mean, this is extraordinary. Tomorrow Never Knows is undoubtedly the most psychedelic song recorded at that period. There's nothing else like it. I mean, the word psychedelic wasn't really in popular parlance at all. It was the title of a book that John got from Indica Gallery.
Tomorrow Never Knows is definitely the world's first psychedelic track. The interesting thing is, of course, the Beatles were not only the world's most commercial band, but at that point they were also the world's most experimental band, which is very unusual.
That became clear when the Beatles' follow-up to Rubber Soul, Revolver, was issued in August 1966. Alongside Tomorrow Never Knows, the album's tracks were brimming with invention and originality. If Rubber Soul had suggested that pop music could be art, Revolver confirmed it.
Revolver really was the Beatles moving towards the fifth dimension. She said, I know what it's like to be dead. The Beatles, Lennon singing about, I know what it's like to be dead. What the hell is going on? Well, they'd been partying with birds in the West Coast and dropping acid by then. Drugs, we have a very negative view on them now in that you can be imprisoned by them. But in the mid-60s, I think, people felt it was the opposite. It was to loosen the chains of imprisonment, this single view of who you were. And then suddenly you had perspectives. And Revolver, you can hear it with all the different production sounds. It was all altered states and perspectives.
The idea was basically to turn rock and roll into a legitimate art form. And I think they did it. So many of the things they tried, from feedback and reverse tapes and sitars, whatever they did, all over the world, other bands immediately tried out. I mean, they were tremendous leaders. Brian Epstein was concerned that they were going too far ahead of their fan base. But they were very, very sensible like that. They always wanted to bring the fans along with them. They didn't want to become some kind of wild avant-garde band that only 150 people heard of.
Epstein's fears that the band would start to lose some of their audience were unfounded regarding their musical output, but would prove accurate in terms of their politics. With the Beatles' compositions expressing a more complex worldview, journalists began to ask them more significant questions. In a series of landmark interviews for British newspaper The Evening Standard, the individual band members were quizzed over their thoughts on current affairs. Lennon's frank opinions on Christianity proved uncontroversial upon their publication in Britain, yet when they were reprinted in America, the first scandal of the Beatles' career erupted, with a single quote becoming instantly infamous. "We're more popular than Jesus now."
First time anybody had asked John Lennon questions about his life and his philosophy, and it just passed without. But months later, one of those teenage magazines just printed that "We're bigger than Jesus," which caused a lot of problems. A lot of problems. Death threats and records being burnt and broken and smashed, and the Ku Klux Klan and concerts being cancelled. And it was very unpleasant for everyone.
Well, originally I was pointing out that fact in reference to England, that we meant more to kids than Jesus did, or religion at that time. I wasn't knocking it or putting it down, I was just saying it as a fact.
Lennon's, the Beatles are more popular than Jesus line, which even to me as a kid, I could see what he was saying. He wasn't saying, it's what he said in his quote-unquote apology. Like, I wasn't saying we're better than Jesus. I wasn't saying it's good or it's bad. It's just it's true. And to me, it was absolutely true. It was unquestionable. There was such a backlash against them. It made you aware of some of the fault lines in American culture, or made you aware once again that what seemed maybe like a unified culture really wasn't. And it was harsh. It was scary.
These fault lines in American society had been growing since the early 1960s, and where the civil rights campaigns for racial equality had most clearly exposed these divisions earlier in the decade, by the mid-1960s there was no issue more pressing or more polarizing than the Vietnam War. Since the US entered into the conflict in 1962, it had provoked widespread public opposition and organized protests both in the US and across Europe. The underground movement McCartney had become involved in had itself emerged from the early 60s pacifist movement in the UK, and by the time of their 1966 US tour, privately both he and his bandmates were opponents of the war. As they traveled across America, already battling controversy, the ever-honest Liverpudlians came under fire once again when they made this position absolutely clear to the press.
In 1966, the war was without any question much more on people's minds in America than the Beatles. 1966 was the year the war exploded. 1966 was the year that the number of draftees more than doubled in this country. 1966 was also the year in which the war really got terrible in Vietnam itself. It wasn't just, it was a bigger deal all the time. There was more destruction going on.
At the height of American involvement in Vietnam, they had 550,000 troops in that country. That's a lot of young people. There was a draft in the United States. The war had come home in a big way. It wasn't an abstract issue in any regard. And youth representatives, like the Beatles, people who were part of youth culture were expected to take a stand on it.
It seems to me you've always been successful because you've been outspoken direct and forthright and all this sort of thing. Does it seem a bit hard to you that people are now knocking you for this very thing?
Yes, Richard. It seems very hard. It seems hard, you know, free speech.
But is it possible just to say what you think all the time? What about 14-year-old teenagers who think you're absolutely marvellous and can't bear to be heard?
See, we're not, when we say anything like that, we don't say it older people seem to think to be offensive. We mean it helpfully, you know, and if it's wrong, what we say, okay, it's wrong, and people can say, you know, you're wrong about that one. But in many cases, we believe it's right, you know, we're quite serious about it.
But do you mind being asked questions? For example, in America, people keep asking you questions about Vietnam. Does this seem useful?
Well, I don't know, you know, if you can say that war's no good and a few people believe you, then it may be good, I don't know. You can't say it too much, though, that's the trouble.
It seems a bit silly to be in America and for none of them to mention Vietnam as if nothing was happening.
They were the first band to be asked about politics, about Vietnam, about a whole number of social issues. And in fact, I mean, although Dylan came a little bit before, as far as I know, he never once ever came out in public against the Vietnam War. So maybe the Beatles were the first there in terms of a very well-known band.
Well, it cost them a lot. There were then teenage girls in the South and the Midwest who didn't like the Beatles anymore.
I think the Beatles are a real talented group, but I think that they need to watch what they say because they're in such a position that a lot of teenagers really think of them as something really big, and when they say things like that, some teenagers are going to just believe anything they say.
In 1965, the Beatles were universally beloved. Nobody didn't like them. They were just wonderful and funny and creative and unthreatening. As they became more involved in the counterculture and more representative of it, they lost a lot of that belovedness. They helped to move a lot of people who might not otherwise have gone along with the stuff that happened in 66 and 67 and 68. Without any question, they were inspirational and influential in that way, but they also lost a lot of people. They became part of what many people in America, probably a majority of people in America, regarded as a disturbing loosening of values and morals and a political threat.
And at exactly this point, the Beatles ceased operating as a traditional band. Upon their return from the US, they announced that they were abandoning live performance, with the final show of the American tour their last ever paid gig. And then the most photographed celebrities in the world simply disappeared from the public eye altogether.
Hey, can I have a word? Are the Beatles going to go their own ways in 1967?
They could be, you know, on our own or together. We're always involved with each other, whatever we're doing.
Could you ever see a time when, in fact, you weren't working together?
I could see us working not together for a period, but we'd always get together for one reason or other. Like, I mean, you need other people for ideas as well, but, you know, and we all get along fine.
Rumours of a breakup began to circulate. Yet, away from the spotlight, the four Liverpudlians were hard at work on their most ambitious production to date. The public would have to wait for months before the Beatles reappeared. And when in February 1967 they finally did, both their image and their sound had undergone a startling transformation.
Strawberry Fields, of course, was originally intended as part of the Sgt. Pepper sessions. But the press kept on saying, you know, are the Beatles finished? They've disappeared, you know, they've run out of ideas, not realizing, of course, that they were working on one of their greatest achievements. And to me, obviously, it wasn't unexpected because I was at some of the sessions. But I think to the public, it came as quite a shock.
Let me take you down, 'cause I'm going to Strawberry Fields.
Strawberry Fields Forever was something else again. It was the Beatles had gone weird. I mean, that was basically what people felt. What is wrong with them? That's, let me take you down, so I'm going to Strawberry Fields. And the voice, it didn't sound like Lennon. Well, that's because they'd slowed the voice down. Nothing sounded normal on that record. The whole production, everything was kind of up in the air, put through effects. And then there was a video that was made at the time as well, shot in Sevenoaks or somewhere. And it was the strangest thing. You had Ringo as if he was disembodied. They were falling out of trees. There was nothing like that at all.
Living is easy with eyes closed. Misunderstanding all you see. It's getting hard to be someone, but it all works out. It doesn't matter much to me.
It had more in common with Salvador Dali and the Surrealists and Dada, all these highfalutin art kind of ideas, which was once the preserve really mainly of the educated elite. But this is the Beatles now bringing it to everybody.
This short film for Strawberry Fields had a seismic impact because it showed that they had traveled a distance that, well, you know, I felt it kind of incumbent on me to then travel as a young person who believed in that. It was like, wow, okay, this is what's being asked of me now. You know, it wasn't just, oh, that's, you know, they look cool. It was, all right, this is the path.
And that path became even clearer as the year progressed. By the turn of 1967, the counterculture was gaining momentum, with huge numbers of youths gravitating towards its new mecca, San Francisco's Haight-Ashbury district. From here, a strong musical scene was developing, headed by psychedelic bands the Grateful Dead and the Jefferson Airplane, and word spread of a new phenomenon, the hippie. In the UK, the underground's influence expanded, with its own newspaper, the International Times, a live music club, UFO, and emerging stars the Pink Floyd and the American Jimi Hendrix. Into this blooming scene of peace, love, and mind-expanding drugs came the Beatles' most ambitious work to date, one which would not only capture the essence of this new sensibility, but also transform the record industry once again. Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. Presented as a work of art, with a single concept unifying the album as a whole, it announced that the age of the traditional pop single and the pop band was over.
Sgt. Pepper revolutionized the record industry. All of a sudden, albums sold as much as singles. Sgt. Pepper sold in the millions. On pure business terms, it was a revolutionary release. But also it was revolutionary in terms of letting the record industry know precisely what it could sell. What you could do is invest in the finest artistic minds of a generation and give them the freedom to make their art, package it up as an album, and sell it in the millions.
Paul had this idea of, we want to get away from being the four mop tops and the Fab Four, so we create this new name for ourselves. We're going to be a different group, and that'll give us the freedom to do what the hell we want. That is the basic concept. The songs, many of those songs could have been on any of the other albums. It didn't really, you know, they weren't specific to that particular one. But the influence of it was staggering. The Beatles were a force to be reckoned with. I mean, even the Stones were badly affected by them at that point. Everyone just had to deal with them. They were like a roadblock. You know, if you were in the music business, you just had to deal with this great big thing in front of you and get around it the best you could.
Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. I mean, the title itself was a piece of art and something that mystified people. Peter Blake did the cover, and Peter Blake was the father of British pop art. Everything about Sgt. Pepper was an enigma. The fact that they were pretending to not be the Beatles, but to be another band. The lock groove at the end of side 2, Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, LSD, secret messages all the way through. It was like a work of literature, you know, it's like a Ulysses or something where people were just thinking, I don't quite understand this, but there's definitely something really going on.
This combination of imagination and mystery proved irresistible. With Sgt. Pepper, the Beatles transformed from pop culture icons into mystics of the modern age.
When the Beatles came out with a new song, people started pondering it. These are people that you're looking to for meaning.
By '67, I think the release of Sgt. Pepper in America established the Beatles basically as the leaders of the counterculture, along with a few other people like Allen Ginsberg, Timothy Leary. But the Beatles were the musical leaders right across the board. I mean, they were seen as, yes, as gods. I mean, Leary himself said a lot of silly things about them as the type of new superheroes, you know, leaders of men and all this stuff.
I'm not convinced that the youth culture in the mid-60s were terribly aware of LSD and Timothy Leary and even counterculture attitudes. If it hadn't have been for that conduit that was the Beatles, this sort of stuff might have just stayed in San Francisco, in California. The counterculture wasn't called the underground for no reason. Not many people knew about it.
Yet the Beatles were determined to spread the word even further. At the end of June 1967, less than a month after the release of Sgt. Pepper's, the band were invited to represent Britain in the first ever international satellite television broadcast. Across the US, Canada, and Europe, the youthful optimism of the counterculture was reaching its peak during the Summer of Love, with thousands flocking to large public events. With their historic contribution to the One World broadcast, the Beatles delivered the scene's definitive anthem to an audience of over 500 million viewers worldwide.
The Beatles, true to form, national representatives representing their country, they start with the national anthem. The only problem is, it's the French national anthem. You know, I mean, that's a classic. That is total Beatle humor.
It was fun. I was at that one. It was like a party. They'd invited a load of their friends, you know, the Small Faces and the Rolling Stones, and everybody was there, all in our psychedelic finery. Sitting on the floor there, it just looked like it might all explode at some point. But and there was an awful lot of sort of frantic waving and people rushing around, holding onto their headphones and talking to people. That was mostly to do with the international link-up, though, because no one had ever done that before. It really did go out live all around the world. It was fantastic.
This is mere weeks after the release of Sgt. Pepper. Every other band would choose to use that moment to promote Sgt. Pepper by doing a couple of tracks from it, right? It just makes total business sense. But they took the opportunity to send a message to the world that all you need is love. They'd already been saying it on Rubber Soul, the word is love, but this was the time they could tell the whole world all at the same time. The Beatles are clearly leading the way. I think there's a great significance in the idea of them sitting on those high chairs with the beautiful people of London, including Mick Jagger, sitting at their feet, looking up at them and singing along to a song they've only just heard. You know, that's powerful.
All You Need Is Love was an anthem of hope from a youth movement certain that the old order was about to crumble. The Beatles were steering an entire generation into uncharted territory. Yet it would not take the establishment long to respond to these peaceful revolutionaries. In the UK, the police were mobilized and began to make a number of drug busts, arresting not only prominent figures on the underground scene, but also Mick Jagger, Keith Richards, and later Brian Jones of the Rolling Stones. These high-profile cases didn't faze Paul McCartney, however. Following the arrests, he not only paid for, but also put his name to a national press advert calling for the legalization of marijuana. Weeks later, he admitted to a journalist that he had taken LSD and repeated this in a television interview, much to the shock of Brian Epstein.
Brian didn't like things being made public, you know. He was a very private person, you know, obviously because of his way of life. And the thing is about drugs, it wasn't anything about them being good or bad, it was illegal.
Paul, how often have you taken LSD?
4 times.
And where did you get it from?
Oh, I mean, if I was to say where I got it from, it's illegal and everything, it's silly to say that.
Don't you believe that this was a matter which you should have kept private?
But the thing is, that I was asked a question by a newspaper. And the decision was whether to tell a lie or to tell him the truth, I decided to tell him the truth. But I really didn't want to say anything, because if I'd had my decision, if I had it my way, I wouldn't have told anyone, because I'm not trying to spread the word about this. But the man from the newspaper is the man from the mass medium, I'll keep it a personal thing. If he does too, if he keeps it quiet. But he wanted to spread it, so it's his responsibility, for spreading it, not mine.
The thing is, Paul is always honest. If a reporter asked him, have you taken LSD, he's going to say yes. He wouldn't lie. Why should he? If they're going to ask that question, they get an honest answer. It was a risky thing for him to say, and I probably gave Brian Epstein a conniption. But basically, although the Beatles had made a lot of money, they were never really in it for the money. Once they had enough to really live well, that was it. I think that was a very good sign of them, that they paid their tax and they said what they wanted.
The Beatles' sense of security was about to be challenged, however. In late August, the band was shocked to receive the news that their manager, Brian Epstein, had died. Their most trusted accomplice. In his absence, they were suddenly left without his stabilizing influence. At the same time, their quest for personal and spiritual growth continued. George Harrison had become fascinated by Indian music in 1965, and as he immersed himself in its techniques, he became increasingly drawn to its spiritual foundations. This led him to discover the Indian guru Maharishi Mahesh Yogi and his technique of transcendental meditation. By mid-1967, Harrison was introducing his bandmates to the Maharishi's ideas, and soon the Beatles had a new spiritual advisor.
When they first got involved with him, I wrote and asked Allen Ginsberg what the story was on the Maharishi in India, because Ginsberg had lived there for a number of years, and he knew a lot of the gurus and the teachers and everything. And he wrote back saying that the Maharishi was very commercial and that he was under a lot of criticism in India for taking disciples' money, because in fact the teaching should be free. So I reported this to John Lennon, who came out with a wonderful line of, "Ain't no ethnic bastard gonna get any golden castles out of me."
Despite his initial reservations, in February 1968, Lennon and his bandmates traveled to India for an extended retreat with the guru. Joined by their various wives and girlfriends, their departure to the East for spiritual fulfillment made headlines worldwide. The press swarmed around the perimeter of the Maharishi's 14-acre compound, both intrigued and baffled by this latest chapter in the Beatles' unpredictable journey. This exposure brought Eastern religion to the attention of an enormous audience.
Sometime in January, it was suddenly right, we're off to Maharishi and live in a holiday camp in India. Oh, right, have a good time, But they did write a heck of a lot of songs while they were there, churning them out.
The Beatles introduced the world, especially the young world, to things that they would never have stumbled upon had the Beatles not been there. The philosophy behind transcendental meditation, Buddhism, they were looking outwards. Meditation was at the center of it. That's actually really all that matters. It's the soul. The reality is here. Not many people had really thought about that before. And if the Beatles, the most popular band in the world, the most popular cultural phenomenon in the world, were talking earnestly about this stuff, obviously, as much as a lot of the elders might laugh, at least as many young people went along with them. And, sales of texts of Eastern wisdom, they went through the roof in the late 60s. People flocked to see the Maharishi. The Beatles were this gateway to a kind of another world.
Although the band emerged from India both spiritually and creatively refreshed, this sense of calm would be short-lived. In February 1968, they set up their own corporation, Apple. This multifaceted company was developed to broaden the Beatles' activities and to retain full control over their output. Yet it would prove the first of many overambitious projects for the band. And as they entered the studio in the summer to work on their follow-up to Sgt. Pepper, for the first time, creative and personal disputes crept into the recording sessions. A particular source of tension was the daily presence of an outsider in the Beatles' inner sanctum, the conceptual artist Yoko Ono, with whom John Lennon had fallen deeply in love. It was a relationship that had been blossoming in private for more than a year. While McCartney had been growing in confidence through his underground activities, Lennon's sense of isolation in rural Surrey had increased. Initially finding a release through LSD, it was Yoko Ono who offered him a means of escape. A relatively unknown artist when she had travelled to London with husband Tony Cox in 1966, it was through the Indica Gallery that she came into contact with Lennon. Its owner, John Dunbar, provided the space for Ono's first UK exhibition, and it was he who invited his Beatle friend to attend this unusual show.
She was plainly a kind of interesting, powerful woman. I didn't show ordinary, pictures on the wall at all, really. And so, she had some good ideas, and I liked them. She wanted to do a show, so we managed to find a couple of weeks where we didn't have something on. Yoko was reluctant to have anybody look at it until she totally finished everything, and labelled everything and everything. And so we were sort of doing that. But me and Tony had to sort of tell her that, look, this guy might buy something, you never know. He came round and he did like the ladder, and then, I've been looking through the magnifying glass and it says yes, so he liked that.
The relationship that developed across the following 2 years would be consummated in May 1968, just before the Beatles began work on the White Album. Lennon emerged a changed man, released from an unhappy marriage and liberated as an artist.
The arrival of Yoko Ono into John's life transformed Lennon completely. She was the mother, lover, teacher. She was kind of everything, really, as John. He needed that.
When he met Yoko, she was basically a mother figure. I mean, he used to call her mother. She, for her own reasons, took him on and saved him, actually.
As Ono's presence made an impact on both Lennon and the bond between the Beatles, the world outside of the band began to darken. As the war in Vietnam spiraled further out of control, and with no apparent end to the conflict in sight, across the West, the cultural movement so inspired by the Beatles no longer believed love is all you need. The progressive, liberal core of the counterculture came under fire, with the assassinations of first civil rights leader Martin Luther King and then presidential candidate Robert Kennedy increasing tensions. Both in the US and Britain, once peaceful anti-war demonstrations descended into violence. Student riots brought Paris to a standstill, and images of street skirmishes and police brutality became commonplace. As the authorities led an unforgiving onslaught on the counterculture, revolution replaced love as the new objective.
In '68, it all exploded. You had assassinations in the States, the threat of civil war, riots at the Democratic Convention, riots in Paris, in London, violence on the streets. Actually, there was a sort of a fight. Power, you don't really get power. It won't trickle down. It has to be sort of forced. And if you look at history, that tends to be the case. The Beatles' revolution was a benign one through art and love. But by '68, the bricks were flying all over the place.
It wasn't just the kind of sweet utopianism of the Summer of Love, but really days of rage. The demonstrations at the Democratic Convention in Chicago in 1968, was a kind of dividing line. You saw the police out there like clubbing kids, and there really was a sense of, we're kind of at war now.
Just as this unrestrained police brutality tore through Chicago in August 1968, the Beatles issued the single Revolution, addressing the struggles of a youth culture under threat. Yet unlike All You Need Is Love the previous year, John Lennon's composition refused to express the voice of this disillusioned movement or to accept the call to arms of the radical left. For the first time, this saw the Beatles turned upon by their own peers. Yet Lennon's reluctance to commit to violence not only led to two different versions of the track, but also reflected the inner struggles that many young people were dealing with.
The song Revolution, there are two versions of it. Lennon goes back and forth on, don't you know that you can count me out in as far as revolution is concerned. You know, exactly where you were supposed to stand was difficult. All young people were feeling that. You know, go to a protest? Yeah, sure. Go to a protest that maybe occupies a building? Oh, maybe, you know, burning that building down? Do you draw the line there?
If you're talking about destruction, Lennon's saying, count me out, then he's saying, count me in. He doesn't know. He's on the fence. At that point, Lennon, as much as he could be a bit handy, was seduced by this idea of peace and love. He'd just written the anthem of the previous year.
There always was a kind of inherent optimism in the Beatles somehow, whereas that wasn't true of Dylan. It wasn't true of the Stones. It was almost like Martin Luther King. You know, people don't say this now, but there was a sense in which, you know, a lot of the black radicals who were emerging seemed more of the moment. Dr. King seemed like kind of part of the protest establishment. And in a certain way, the Beatles seemed a little bit like that too.
If the band were losing some of their relevance as a cultural force, through Yoko Ono's influence, John Lennon ensured that they remained musical pioneers. Where revolution had pulled its punches politically, an experimental collage that he created with his new partner captured the chaos of 1968 simply through sound itself. When it was issued on the band's self-titled LP at the close of the year, the track Revolution 9 became the most widely heard avant-garde composition ever released. It was a startling statement from a man who had been heralding in the summer of love only a year beforehand.
He went from one extreme to the other. Lennon suddenly saw it's all gone wrong. He turned to the flip side, and the flip side was Revolution number 9, Revolution 9, which was a very, very different view of the future.
Number 9, number 9, number 9, number 9, number 9.
Revolution 9 was the sound really of not just the riots in Paris and on the streets of Chicago. This is the sound of the apocalypse. This is his incredibly honest depiction of the worst fear of all, which is a society and a world in sort of global turmoil. It's an extraordinary piece and one of the scariest pieces of music that you could ever hear. In the 21st century, Revolution 9 is far more relevant than it ever was, I think, in '68.
Having delivered the most extreme composition in the Beatles' catalogue, Lennon's further experimental activities continued outside of the band. By the end of 1968, the first of a trilogy of albums with Yoko Ono was issued, Two Virgins, with a cover depicting the couple naked. Still a member of the most popular and commercially successful act in the world, Lennon was now breaking every rule imaginable. Yet the anger in some quarters of the counterculture toward the song Revolution also led him into a greater political role. And in 1969, As Richard Nixon was sworn in as the new president of America, John Lennon and Yoko Ono emerged as the world's most prominent activists.
When Lennon came out and he said, "If you're talking about destruction, count me out," he was terribly criticized by the hard left. And it seems to me that his reaction to that was not to change his mind about destruction, but actually to say, no, I really don't think the answer is destruction. I think the answer actually is peace.
In March 1969, John Lennon and Yoko Ono were married. With their honeymoon, the couple embarked on a high-profile campaign for peace, presented as a series of conceptual art events. In the spirit of the Beatles' initial attitude to the press, the first of these took place in their hotel bridal suite, in which they invited journalists to discuss politics openly and frankly.
This is for the world peace, you see, and we're thinking that instead of going out and fight and make war or something like that, we should just stay in bed. Everybody should just stay in bed and enjoy the spring, you know.
He put his career right on the line there for his beliefs, and you have to applaud him for that, of course. It brought him an awful lot of harassment and trouble.
While you're in bed and you're giving your press conferences in pillowcases, are you laughing at us?
No.
It's no more than you're laughing at us, you know. I mean, we have a laugh. We think it's funny that the front page news should be the fact that two people went to bed on their honeymoon. We see the funny side of it. And that in Vienna, which is a pretty square place, there's all these beautiful photographs of microphones being held to a bag, you know, to wait for the bag to speak.
It's rather nice.
But we're serious about the peace bit, you know.
Brave, foolhardy, they were all of that. But who else would have done that then? It would be front page news if they're in bed talking about peace. John didn't know necessarily the ins and outs of the whole Vietnam thing. He and Yoko knew that it was wrong to be dropping napalm on villages and stripping the skin off children. I mean, he wasn't wrong in that thinking. He really wasn't wrong.
As the couple's honeymoon moved from Europe to Canada, they were joined in their hotel room by Timothy Leary, Allen Ginsberg, and a variety of counterculture figures to record an anthem for their campaign. And where their experimental records and their public appearances had left many confused, this song managed to bring their message to a global audience.
Give Peace a Chance was his attempt to do something in his own terms that was actually useful, and I think it proved to be so. He wrote an anthem. It's a simplistic anthem, but it's an anthem that has a good heart and a good message, and that people have been singing ever since.
He's moved further and further away from the elegant combination of artistic musical choices and resonant text into records that only have a message. He had that ability to distill something down to its bare essence, make it communicative, make it unforgettable, and it still resonates to this day.
While Lennon pressed on campaigning for peace, the close of the decade saw the first major casualties of the youth movement, with the death of Rolling Stone Brian Jones and permanent narcotics damage on both Beach Boy Brian Wilson and the Pink Floyd's Syd Barrett. The utopian vision of a brave new world was crumbling, and this was reflected within the Beatles camp itself. The tensions that had previously arisen in the studio now spread into the bandmates' own relationships with each other. And when McCartney married his new partner, Linda Eastman, in 1969, none of his fellow Beatles attended the ceremony. As the world moved into the 1970s, Paul issued his debut solo record along with a press release, which announced that he was quitting the band. It was official. The Beatles were no more. The demise of the band shocked their fans worldwide, yet those close to the musicians had watched them gradually drift apart over a 2-year period.
There was no cohesion. The old Liverpool bubble that they all used to live in and see each other all the time and love each other and be tolerant of each other's foibles and differences had gone. So now they were spinning off in different directions with new ideas, new families, new girlfriends, new children. It just wasn't working anymore. It was obvious, really, that the Beatles as a group had pretty much come to an end.
Has a multi-million-dollar entertainment act ever broken up because it wasn't fun anymore? Well, we know actually, because so many groups from that same period continued and continued and continued when it most definitely wasn't fun anymore. The Beatles ended it because the reasons that they had gotten into doing it ceased to have value for them. So they said, let's not do this anymore. That's as powerful a statement about their integrity and their intentions and their values as anything that I can think of.
In the Beatles' wake, youth culture became more divided. Rock music got heavier and more self-indulgent, and pop turned its attention to glamour. As for the band members themselves, despite Lennon's continued activism and string of hit singles, McCartney's mainstream triumph through his band Wings, and Harrison's successful emergence as an artist in his own right, their impact as individuals could never match that of their Beatles' glory days. Yet although their vision of utopia had failed to materialize, the world was still forever changed by the Beatles' innovations and the values that they represented. Even if no one has ever managed to compete with that impact, with every successive generation of musicians, the Beatles remain the benchmark for how popular entertainers can interact with the wider world.
Did the cultural and musical changes to which they were without any doubt the largest contributors have a permanent effect on how rock and roll conceived itself? Yeah, permanent effect on how rock and roll conceived itself. So that there's, even now, in this kind of glitzy pop era, pop stars see it as an option that they have to accept or refuse to be conscious, controversial, and some choose one and others really deny it, and some are extremely bland. But it's there on the table, always there on the table for everybody.
And as the band's astonishing achievements continue to make an impact half a century later, the legacy of the Beatles and of the remarkable decade in which they flourished remains unrivaled. The unique story of 4 working-class Liverpudlians who changed the world.
Lennon said something along the lines of, we weren't leaders in this world. We were just the guys on the mast saying, land ahoy. We were letting you know what we could see. And without the Beatles, understanding the 60s would have been a completely different experience.
They touched everything. The Beatles covered it all. If you want to know what the 60s are about, you listen to Beatles records. It tells you, the story is there.
It sounds like a cliche, but it's really impossible to overstate the Beatles' impact. It sounds like you're exaggerating, and to younger people who weren't there, you know, it just sounds ridiculous. You know, but it was true. You know, they changed everything.
My name's Paul. This is Ringo.
John.
It's John. George.
Good night.
He always stands in the way. Come away with your fishy eyes. Fish eyes, mother.
Okay, a little bit of a break out there. I wonder if we can go down to the field for Webster. I wonder if he's going to report at this time. So we wait what we can do. Oh, there's the light. All the lights are on the stadium. Now that says it's good. Good. Leaving now. That may be a one-time. Okay. Take it away, Barry McMaster. Barry, you got it.
We'd like to thank you now for coming along tonight. Thank you, a marvellous audience. Thank you very much.
All the lights have been put on in the stadium now, and you can see the kids piled up against the press barrier. A number of youngsters have been arrested.
It was something that had never been experienced in pop culture. It was a new sound and look that would change America in just 31 days. Almost 50 years later, the Beatles continue to be the most popular selling group in the world. Their musical influences can be heard in the recordings of thousands of musicians and musical groups around the globe.
The Beatles, one of the most electrifying names ever to hit show business. Here on Hollywood Star Newsreel is a dramatic, candid look at these incredible entertainers. Not for 1 minute will we try to explain this phenomenon, but here is the remarkable proof of what they did to Hollywood, a town that lives with the brightest stars in the business day in and day out. This is Los Angeles International Airport, besieged for hours with thousands of teenagers waiting for their idols. The arrivals of the Beatles' big Pan Am jet stretches their patience almost to the breaking point. And then it explodes.
The Beatles, John Lennon, Paul McCartney, George Harrison, and Ringo Starr. The effect they've already made in America is hard to imagine.
You just started together and sort of blended in the group.
Crap. This is your AP.
You know, it's a dice game.
A dice game.
A dicey game.
You thought it was something else, didn't you? You're a naughty journalist,
Let me
aren't
ask you
you?
this question. Yes?
Oh, you see the Stones, haven't you?
No, we do get haircuts, actually, surprisingly enough. But it just doesn't,
Last night I had one.
You know, you notice when you've had a haircut.
I did.
But
No lie.
you don't notice when we have. Well, sneaky haircut.
We're just well groomed.
Yeah, but it's so corny when you say we're just good friends, isn't it? Yeah. But it's true.
The airport authorities would like to close the thing down now. Are you all right?
As we're setting the scene, as we're going to talk about the 1964 Beatles American tour, there's several things that leading up to that I think are important to point out. One, obviously, at the end of '63, we have the assassination of John F. Kennedy.
Oh yeah, that was a biggie.
That was a huge thing worldwide, obviously specifically in America. So the mood of the country was, obviously quite somber.
But what the Beatles really did more than anything than lift us out of the doldrums was that they replaced the news of the Kennedy assassination. That's all that had been monopolizing the news for all those months. For 2 months was Kennedy assassination, and if anything, they were a bright, fresh spot that replaced Vietnam and Kennedy assassination. But I can tell you, it really did make a difference for a kid. 11-year-olds
well, absolutely. And plus, it's going to consume the whole adult population.
Yeah,
and of course the kids feel that. But then there's that brief
it was only
respite.
2 months. They came over.
Yeah.
It was 2 months later. They're in America. And it was really
It was an emotional
big thing.
healing, wasn't it? Yeah.
Big release in a way.
The Beatles have arrived in America. You might have heard little bits from that press conference they did in Los Angeles on Tuesday. Then their very first American date up at San Francisco's Cow Palace. After the Cow Palace, they'll be coming right here to Las Vegas to play Convention Hall. If you happen to miss them, maybe you can catch them up in Seattle or hop in the car, drive all the way to Vancouver, and then back down to the big show at the Hollywood Bowl in Los Angeles on Sunday the 23rd. Well, here they come at McCarran Airport. Beatles have arrived. There's Paul, there's John, there's George and Ringo coming up at the back. Want to remind you, they will be at Convention Hall. That is 2 shows, one at 4, one at 8 o'clock in the evening. Tickets are going fast. They're somewhere between $2 and $5.50 on the floor if you can find some. Don't miss the show. The Beatles in Las Vegas at Convention Hall. Keep it right here with the good guys, and we'll keep you up on all the details of this groundbreaking tour of the Beatles in North America.
Sneaking into the back door of their hotel, the Sahara, the Beatles are mobbed by their Las Vegas fans. This is going to happen at every stop along the tour.
What a concert. What a concert last night at the Seattle Coliseum. The band was on for only about 25 minutes. They went through 12 of their songs, including You Can't Do That, All My Lovin', Things We Said Today. Of course, the rockers like Roll Over Beethoven, Twist and Shout, concluding with Long Tall Sally. 14,000 of you were there, and if you can't get enough of the Beatles last night, you can get more of them today. Just head on down to Woolworth's. They've got a big sale called a Mad Fad Dad. You're going to get T-shirts, dolls, wigs, LPs, and 45 pictures, posters, and pins. Plus, they actually have for sale bits of the rug from the Beatles' room at the Edgewater Hotel. A rug that the Beatles actually walked on. You can buy a piece of that history in the making from right here in Seattle. The Beatles tour off from Seattle up to the Empire Stadium in Vancouver, then back into the area to the Hollywood Bowl in Los Angeles. Keep it right here. We'll keep you up on the latest on the Beatles' North American tour. We love you. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Where are they? Oh my God. Oh my
Okay, now, can we have everybody, please, in this area?
You know, you've been asked about what you think about everything. What do you think about yourselves? What do you think about the reaction you get when you go to places?
Like the NBC or which?
No, just the ones on the table,
All
fellas.
of them, I see.
If you could use that one, and all tell us what you think of Beatlemania. What do you think of people, you know, that come out and go wild in front of you? You must think about it. What do you think about it?
We think it's good. Good.
Why is it good?
The thing is,
Because we enjoy it and people enjoy it.
It's happiness to
Happiness to all the people we bring you.
We used to enjoy going to shows ourselves, you know, and seeing the people we liked.
What kind of shows did you used to go to?
Rock and roll shows.
What did you used to like? What did you used to like when you went to shows?
Rock and roll shows we used to like.
We were in the midst of a discussion. They say they used to act the same way some of their fans do, and I would like to find out what did they used to go to that caused this reaction in them?
Rock and roll shows.
We used to just go to shows, mainly American artists visiting Britain. People like Eddie Cochran.
Do you classify the material which you use in your performances as pure rock and roll, or is it something else? And if it is something else, what is it?
Well, it's near
pure
enough.
rock and roll, only we write most of it. That's the only difference.
And if it isn't, it's near enough, you know.
Thank you very much.
Would you care to venture a guess as to how long you think your success as the Beatles might last?
No. Oh, it's gone. No.
I asked Elvis a couple of months ago.
Just a moment, please.
I asked Elvis a couple of months ago if the Beatles bugged him, and he said not at all. He was very happy about the whole thing. I'd like to ask what kind of opinion the boys got on Elvis.
What opinion do the Beatles have of Elvis Presley?
We've got all his early records.
Oh, Joe?
That's
true.
Where do you sit to wear? No collars and the black trim and all that?
There isn't any round jackets.
They're
in the wardrobe in mothballs. Yes.
I want to ask the Beatles what they think of Barry Goldwater. What do you think of him, John?
I don't like him.
Well, you can't quote that.
Do you want to tell people?
Yes.
Unclose.
I think we better give up and give them what they want, huh? Okay. Ready? Here they are! The Beatles!
We would like to say that we want to thank... Wait. We want to thank all of you on behalf of all of the disc jockeys at KRLA for your great participation, and we love every one of you. Believe me, we do.
I'd like to say it's been a pleasure working with these fellas and having the fans that we have. They made KRLA #1 in the past few months. I think we better give up and give them what they want, huh? Okay. Ready? Here they are, the Beatles!
At the Beatles Hollywood Bowl show, producer George Martin records the concert for a possible live album. But after listening to the tapes, he decides the quality isn't quite good enough for a release. So those master tapes are going to sit in storage for another dozen years until 1977, when, combined with the recordings of the show the next year in 1965, they're finally released as the Beatles Live at the Hollywood Bowl, their only official live album, which to date has never been issued on CD or in digital form.
After the concert, the staff uses a limo as a decoy while putting the Beatles in a Dodge Dart so they can escape their fans unnoticed.
I think that's an interesting thing.
This one piece will make 52 layers.
Watch on mobile devices or the big screen. All for free. No subscription required.
This is the home at 356 St. Pierre Road in Bel Air, where the Beatles are living during their stay in Los Angeles. The gates are chained and padlocked to protect the privacy of the mop-haired quartet from Britain. It's reported the home has been leased to them so that they can have some privacy. The location was supposed to be secret, but it has been found out by a number of the teenagers, and we also managed to locate it. It wasn't easy to find the place, but we managed to by following the trail of teenagers leading up the hill here. This is Derek Taylor, press officer for the Beatles. Mr. Taylor, what's it like living in a state of virtual siege like this?
I don't know what it would be like not to. It's part of life now. The screams are sort of like a background now, like birds in the trees, you know? They're just there all the time.
Has staying in this house here given the Beatles any opportunity to relax and get some peace and quiet?
Oh, yes, this is the best holiday. I say holiday, it's 24 hours. The working holiday they've had since they were in Miami, when they had a yacht. Mainly, you see, they're imprisoned in a hotel room. And they see nothing except what they see out of the window. And then, very often, the curtains are drawn.
What have they been doing while staying up here?
Swimming and reading, smoking, drinking orange juice, a little scotch. And, well, the main thing has been they've been able to wander around, you see. They've been able to walk to and fro. And they've had space not to go to and fro across the carpet. They can walk around the garden. Until the kids came this morning and took up a stand on the wall.
Although police have ordered the kids to leave, some have found vantage points and are staying, hoping to catch a sight of their beloved idols. You got pictures of the Beatles?
Yeah, I jumped over the fence.
And you knew that they were here by the fact that some of your peers, other kids, were up here, right?
Yeah, they told us.
So that was your clue?
Yeah.
You glad you saw them?
Yeah, I wish I could see them come out, though. I wanted to get another picture of them.
Why do you want to see them so badly? What is it about them that attracts you so?
Oh, I don't know. They're cute and have good voices, and I don't know. I wanted to go swimming with them, though. I wish I could have.
Do you ever suffer getting trampled or lost in the shuffle?
We sometimes get lost. We rarely get trampled because we don't allow ourselves to be trampled. We get knocked about a bit by the police sometimes, by doormen and gatemen, because they have to be zealous. They don't know us, you see. They know the Beatles, but they don't know the people around them. We've been kicked by Dutch police and truncheoned by the Hong Kong police.
So this is one of the occupational hazards of your job, I take it.
Yes, and like everything else, we'd miss it if it stopped, you know.
A couple of miles away on Avondale Avenue in Brentwood, the streets are barricaded on either side of the home where the Beatles are to entertain this afternoon. But once again, the teenagers have somehow found out where their idols are going to be, And they're here. The party is being given by record company executive Alan Livingston. It's a charity benefit for the Hemophilia Foundation. Show business personalities are paying $25 apiece, so their children can meet the Beatles, shake hands with them, and have their pictures taken with their idols.
What do you want? Well, what are you going to do in there, Groucho? Are you going in to listen to Beatles music? I'm going in and get drunk. You wouldn't dare. Are you really? Of course I am. Brought the charming family with you? Whenever I can get a free drink, I'll go anywhere. You bet your life. Yeah. That's a very funny one.
The police struggle to hold the lines back to keep the crowd in order. It's not a simple job. The men have been chosen for their burliness here. They're having a tough time holding the kids in line.
Yeah, I know.
Beatlemania, the cause of the teenager in 1964.
I don't know what it'll be like when it's all over in the years to come, but it's been very good while it's been on.
I see. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, I'm Scott Regal. I'm a singer-songwriter, and my new album, Wait Till Something Hits You, is available on iTunes and Bandcamp. I've been a Beatles fan since I was about 9 years old. Like a huge Beatles fan, that's when I really started listening to their albums. My favorite Beatles album is Revolver, although White Album does tend to replace that sometimes. Why do I like the Beatles? You can't really not like the Beatles, to be honest. Like, no matter what kind of music you like, they're so influential in so many different directions that you can't listen to most music without finding a hint of something that the Beatles have contributed there. You know, they're the Beatles. They're the most influential band of all time.
You start crying when you hear my name. I'm just sitting here, racking the points up, playing my favorite game. I'm just sitting here, racking the points up, playing my favorite game. I'm just sitting here, racking the points up, playing my favorite game.
If you are a part of the pop culture of the 20th and 21st centuries, you cannot ignore the Beatles. That's basically it. They're a massive force that cannot be stopped.
The Beatles' North American tour continues. Stop number 6, it's Red Rocks in Denver. Then off to Cincinnati, Forest Hill Stadium in New York, and Atlantic City for stop number 10. Catch the Beatles while you can. It's the North American tour.
So they had a jam-packed 1964 up to the time they came to America, back to America the second time in August. They were going to play 31 days, 32 shows in 24 different cities.
Yep.
That's a constant. I don't think that they knew what city they were in.
They couldn't have. And as a touring musician, you do lose sight of that sometimes. You're so much of your time is consumed with just getting from point A to point B. But imagine being in that band and everybody and their relatives trying to get at you 24 hours a day. I mean, when do you sleep? When do you have any kind of peace? So it's amazing that through all the footage that you see that they maintain any kind of sanity. Like somebody, maybe it was George in the anthology mentioned that they felt like they were at the eye of the hurricane because it was calm. Whatever room they could get into, be alone, it was calm. Every place else was just nuts.
Every city on the tour was kind of cookie cutter in a way. Mm-hmm. They land. The kids are screaming at the airport. They're running over to the hotel. There's chaos in the streets. The Beatles work their way into the hotel. Mm-hmm. You know, they do a press conference. They have to find a way, you know, to the venue. They're screaming in craziness at the venue. They play. They have to make their way back to the airport or back to the hotel. It was just total chaos everywhere they went. And to do that for 31 days and 32 shows in 24 cities.
Yeah. And have these bubbly, bright up personalities and put on these amazing shows. And there's a lot of course, bootleg recordings that have circulated over the years, or the 1/64 Hollywood Bowl concert, where they sound amazing. You know, considering at the time, you know, no monitors.
Yeah.
You know, very little PA equipment.
Well, that's another thing. You know, the PA equipment relative to today.
Yeah, of course.
It's you know, they used often the PA system of the venue they were at.
The public address system. Like,
exactly.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. You know, that's what they're singing.
They had the little Vox amps and whatever they had, but that.
And Vox kept coming up with higher wattage amps. You see behind me, there's an AC30. Then they came up with the AC50. Then the Beatle special that was 100 watts.
Yeah.
You know,
but
just to try to keep up with the volume.
The equipment.
Yeah. Well, the whole touring industry was in its infancy, because nobody had done it on this scale. Whereas there'd been kind of packagey tours. When you think about the tour back in Buddy Holly's day, you know, there would have been the Everly Brothers and maybe 10 acts, but they all get out and do their 2-3 songs, and that's it. So the Beatles were out in a package tour, but they're doing 35 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Or as Ringo would say, if they couldn't hear, they just play faster, so it'd be over quicker.
The Beatles come on, and they never ever played more than 30 minutes.
Yeah, that was pretty much
25 to 30 minutes, maybe 32 minutes. They only played 11, 12 songs at the most ever. The ticket prices, prices are only $4 to see 5 groups, including the Beatles.
Yeah.
You know,
it was just kind of being invented. They were clearly the first to be playing the arenas. You know.
Yeah, they were.
With very little besides their energy and very little amplification to get it out there. That's why most people the people that were actually at these concerts back in the day, they usually said they couldn't hear the band because the screams were coming so loud.
Yeah.
They liken it to being standing in front of a jet engine.
Dutch hooligans. There he is. Fish eyes. Fish eyes. Go away with your fish eyes. Fish eyes, not allowed. No good. Fish eyes, bad fish eyes. No fish eyes. You normally get. You jumped in the lift and you weighed it down.
Is that what it was? Yeah. Are you mad at the press?
No.
Huh?
Never mad at the press.
We got the impression you might be a little rude, or upset. Did you have a bad trip?
We're only as rude as the people we meet.
Well, that's true. Well, you certainly had no occasion to we were rude, did you, John?
I didn't even see, actually.
No, well, somebody made a remark in the back of the elevator.
Yeah, well, the thing is, the lift was crowded anyway, and then the press time jump in.
Let me ask you both this. Have you ever tried to come into a city, say, unannounced, rather than cause all this fury?
Yeah, George and I passed through Los Angeles on the way back from a holiday to Haiti, unannounced. Only the Pan Am people, or somebody knew the plane people, so I go and get it. And we just did a sort of trip round. We had about 4 hours to spare, and we just went round to L.A. and nobody knew at all. A couple of people spotted us, but they thought we were fake.
So how's your tour been so far? Did you go from here to where?
I don't know. Where do we go next? Cincinnati.
Cincinnati. You enjoyed everything so far? Marvelous. Now, you have this crowd wherever you go?
Up to now, yeah.
Up to now.
Even in the lift.
Anybody been hurt?
A few people have fainted, haven't they? I don't think there's anything really serious.
Nothing at all.
I don't think so. We haven't heard about it.
Okay, thank you very much. Pat Murphy, KRLA News.
the snow, the fire, and your embrace, and the times we shared, just the little things.
What was happening in the 50s with Ed Sullivan into the 60s, that was the main show that everybody watched for all their entertainment, and the new bands got broken on that show. When Ed Sullivan put Elvis on, that was 1956, and his drummer was a great drummer named DJ Fontana. And DJ was coming from the swing jazz background, and DJ found himself in the middle of the birth of rock and roll. And he was going back and forth from a swing feel and attitude to a strong, heavy backbeat. So he would switch grips. You see him on Ed Sullivan in some of those clips playing like this and then playing like this. And he was in the middle of that transition. He was the drummer that represented that transition to millions of people. So then when the Beatles came on the Ed Sullivan Show in February of '64, and everybody saw Ringo, as compared to DJ. DJ was on the floor behind Elvis, pretty much hidden. You couldn't see him very well. It was all about Elvis, and he had a backup band. Then when the Beatles came on, this was a whole other situation. Now the drummer is on a riser that's about 5 feet up, and he's towering over these other three musicians that are in front of him. And immediately you realize this drummer is an equal. This is a band. This isn't a star with some backing musicians. This drummer is an equal part of this band, and he's really got something to say, and look how great it is. He's up on this pedestal. And Ringo is playing not back and forth, but Ringo has embraced holding both sticks with the match grip, because this is hard rock and roll, and he's got to lay this beat down. And there was no forgiveness, there was no apologies. It was, let's go for it. And he's smiling and grinning, having a great time. Obviously, that hair's flying, and he's sloshing around on those cymbals and crashing, and just, he was just a visual feast. And immediately the next day, thousands of people decided they wanted to play the drums. The point is that Ringo, in one night, changed the way drummers approach the instrument. Because of his attitude, the way he held the sticks, the fact that he was up in the air on this pedestal and was clearly an equal to the rest of the musicians and was an important part of this whole package. So Ringo's presence was just, it was really staggering.
Boys of bread and stone and snails, overreach and epic fails, it's true. Curses spawn of sugar spice, misdirected sacrifice for you.
They were staying in New York City on Park Avenue at the Delmonico Hotel. Okay. Now, Delmonico accepted the Beatles. The Beatles, most other hotels in New York City didn't want to touch them.
They didn't want that.
Because they remembered in February what happened at the Plaza.
Right.
All the kids and all the chaos. They didn't want anything to do with it. Well, the only reason Delmonico accepted the Beatles was because they had a very famous resident who actually lived there. Wasn't renting a room. He actually had a home there, named Ed Sullivan. So Ed Sullivan ran interference for them to get into the Delmonicos.
Well, I've seen them on the Ed Sullivan show very often. Mr. Sullivan lives here. He's lived here for many, many years. I think that's probably one of the reasons why they had indicated originally their desire to come to Delmonico's.
What do you think about the Beatles?
Well, I can't understand it all. It amazes me, and I asked a couple of youngsters out here today. I says, how about Elvis Presley? And they're not interested in Presley anymore, or any of the American rock and rollers, but Beatles all the way. Well, nobody but the Beatles.
What has been the reaction of the staff to your staff to the fact that they were here and any untoward incidents?
Well, strangely enough, we have an aged maid. She's been here many, many years, and she's rather an austere sort of person, but nevertheless she expressed herself yesterday how much she loved to see the Beatles. I was rather surprised. I didn't think that she being Irish too, and these lads being British, nevertheless she liked very, very much to see them.
Were there any reactions from the other guests?
No, the other guests I think were rather overjoyed. I mean, these individuals, they have this unusual appeal which everyone, even regardless of age, they just seem to like them. There's something intriguing about them.
What do you think of the Beatles?
I kind of think they're great.
Do you really?
I really do, and I've seen their picture, and I enjoyed their picture very much. In fact, I thought it was going to be so-so, but I was extremely pleased with it, believe it or not. My daughter's here tonight watching. I really traveled. I brought 16 children here tonight. A couple of mothers.
What do you think of their haircuts?
Pardon?
What do you think of their haircuts?
Oh, I can't see anything. I don't see anything wrong. I mean, it's something new. I had my likes, too, so why should I deprive my daughter of that?
last night.
I think they're kind of wonderful.
That's what I call a poo-poo.
I think they're kind of wonderful.
Okay. What was your reaction when you first found out that the Beatles were going to be appearing in your stadium?
Terrific. Although having been the father of 3 young sons, why I realized it was something that had to be almost, if we could possibly arrange it.
Did you see the performance?
I saw them both evenings.
What did you think of them musically?
I couldn't hear a note. As a matter of fact, I think that we were saved a considerable amount of difficulty getting them to and from New York due to the fact that we brought them in by helicopter. And this permitted all the people that were present at the performance to see them arrive and also to see them depart.
What do you think of their music? Do you buy their records?
Yeah, I like their music. I think it's a different kind, yet it's a kind that you can dance to and you like to listen to, and it's a good listening music to my ears, I guess. Although Friday night when I went, I couldn't hear anything but screaming. Most people said that, too. So.
It's just me and you. Everyone has gone. Everyone has gone. Everyone has gone. Gone back home. Sunbeams climb the wall. Where has the time gone to?
What do you think of the Beatles, Owen?
Well, I don't think you put that on television. I've been 30 years groundskeeper here and I have all kinds of problems, but I haven't come up with any fungicide or insecticide for the Beatles yet. It's my first time with these fellas and they've left me quite a mess.
Did you go to the performance last night?
Well, I was here. I was on duty all night.
What do you think of their music?
Well, I tell you the truth, I couldn't hear much of it with the kids screaming. I couldn't hear nothing. To be frank with you.
Have you ever seen a mess like this at the tennis club before?
No, sir. I never saw anything like this before. I hope I'll never see it again.
You're not looking forward then to them coming back?
Not before the Nationals. If they give me a month or so in between, fine, but not 3 days before the Nationals.
Well, what is this, all these jelly beans going to do to your grass out here?
Well, I may have the best course in the world, but I sure got the sweetest right now.
When John and Paul met, they actually had a lot in common as far as what they were listening to. They were both into Chuck Berry, Little Richard. They were huge Buddy Holly fans. They both worshipped Elvis. Fats Domino, they loved Fats Domino. The Everly Brothers, they were huge Everly Brothers fans. And in fact, it's really the Everly Brothers that really can be cited as a huge influence on them harmonically. John and Paul would work on Everly Brothers harmonies together in John's front room there at the house on Menlove Avenue. And that's really where they honed their skills of singing so precisely in such tight harmony together. That's really where that came from. They had a lot in common as far as their musical influences were concerned. They were really listening to the same things at the same time. And once they got together, they saw that musical kinship, and that's part of what fused them together as musicians and as friends. George was a huge Carl Perkins fan, and that's where his main guitar influence came from, was from Carl Perkins. But yes, he was listening to exactly the same things. All the Liverpool kids were listening to that stuff at the time. And actually, all those kids in Liverpool were very fortunate. They were in the prime place to be listening to all of these things, because all of these American records were being bought up by all of these sailors on the Cunard line from the White Star Line, which was there in Liverpool. These sailors would go over to New York. They'd buy up all of these rock and roll singles that were popular at the time. So here's all these kids in Liverpool getting access to all these rock and roll records that nobody else could get. So they were in the right place at the right time to be hearing all this new music. Hayley Mills was a teen idol in the late 50s and early 60s. She was an actress. She also sang in some of her films. She sang a song in her 1961 film, The Parent Trap, called Let's Get Together, Yeah, Yeah, Yeah. And I always wondered, since Paul McCartney was a Hayley Mills fan as a teenager, did he possibly get the influence for She Loves You, Yeah, 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 from that Hayley Mills song? And sure enough, a few years ago, somebody posed that question to Ringo Starr, and he confirmed that, yes, as far as he knew, Paul McCartney was a Hayley Mills fan, and that, yes, the Yeah, Yeah, Yeah and She Loves You does come from the Hayley Mills song, Let's Get Together, Yeah, Yeah, Yeah. Let's get together, yeah, yeah, yeah.
John, when they stormed the stage last night at Forest Hills, I'm sure that's happened to you before. Do you ever get worried that they might get through?
No, we always have hysterics when they get on stage. Because the one last night got George, and I could hear all wrong notes coming out. He was trying to carry on playing, you know, the girl hanging around his neck. It was funny.
You ever get frightened at any of these experiences on stage, or when you're being pursued, let's say?
Not really. You know, we get battered mostly by people trying to guard us. You know, they get in the way half the time. They're always grabbing us and shoving us in the wrong thing. But on stage, I always feel safe even when they break through. I don't know, it must be some kind of, you know, I just feel as though I'm all right when I'm plugged in, and I don't feel as though they're getting me.
John, thank you very much.
Thanks, John. Goodbye.
Thanks.
Hello, this is John Lennon saying hi to everybody in Miami. Sorry we're not coming to see you this time, but we'll see you next time. Keep swimming.
Paul, we've been traveling with you. Do you find the tour tiring so far?
No, you know, all tours are a bit tiring anyway, because they're tours, you know. But this one is no more tiring than any others. In fact, you know, we're having a great time.
September 21st, the end of this American tour. Now, what do you do when you get back to London?
Well, I think we've got about 2 weeks in which there's nothing really fixed, but we've got to do a lot of recording. And actually, John and I have got to do a lot of writing too, of songs.
What?
For records, generally, you know, but we haven't written many yet.
You know, at every news conference that we've been to, it seems always the question of how much money do you make comes up. Now, do you and John make considerably more than Ringo and George would make?
Well, on the songs, you know, we do. but actually they make up for it in other things. I mean, you know, George does little things like he does a column in an English newspaper, and he gets quite a bit of money for that. Actually, really, none of us know how much money we're making. It's true, you know, if we want to buy something, like I want to get a car, I have to go to our accountant and say, gee, sir, can I afford a car? And, you know, if he says, yes, you're all right, you can get a car, well, that's okay by me.
All of that money, and you still got to get permission from somebody else.
Well, actually, you know, you keep saying all that money, but I don't know how much the government's got. I'm sure the government's collected quite a healthy slice.
Today, even the youngest generation of musicians are affected by the Beatles in style, songwriting, and the willingness to always try something new.
Hi, I am Griffin Tucker. I am 10 years old. I have loved the Beatles since I was 3. George, he was quiet like me. He wrote beautiful songs, and he was an amazing guitar player. And Ringo, I learned to play by watching him at 6. And John, he made me laugh so hard. Paul was my first, well, only concert so far at Cowboy Stadium in 2009. And I'm in a Beatles tribute band. And that's it. I love the Beatles.
The Beatles' big North American tour continues. The next 5 days find the Beatles in Indianapolis at the State Fair Coliseum, the Auditorium in Milwaukee on Friday. Saturday, Chicago's the date at the International Amphitheater, then off to the Olympia Stadium in Detroit, and then Toronto on Monday.
For the American tour, they had 4 opening acts. The Exciters, the Righteous Brothers, Jackie DeShannon, and Bill Black combo. You know, we've heard about Jackie DeShannon and the Righteous Brothers, but it struck me that at the time, they really didn't have very many hits that we knew that they became famous for later. In 1964, Righteous Brothers hadn't had, I think Latin Loopy Lou was in 62.
Love and
was like
Feelin'
the
was
one.
65, right?
You've Lost That Love and Feelin' and Ebb Tide and you know, Unchained Melody, all those came 65, 66. So the Righteous Brothers were not that well known. Jackie DeShannon hadn't even had
What the World Needs Now.
What the World Needs Now, or Put a Little Love in Your Heart. Those are much later.
60s,
So, although they had some modestly charting type songs, then you had the Exciters. They were a black girl group that added a male member, you know, like 63. They had a song in late 62 called Tell 'Em, and I remember that song real well, but they were one-hit wonder. So, and then Bill Black combo. Bill Black, of course, was Scotty Moore, was Elvis's early backup guy, and in the late 50s he started the Bill Black combo, but then he got very ill. In fact, Bill Black wasn't even on the Beatles tour. He passed away in 1965, so he was only, he was too ill the last 2 or 3 years of his life to do much performing, and he was not on the tour with them. But now the Righteous Brothers particularly, I think they thought that they were big news. But they were big news on the West Coast. Well, that's great when you're in San Francisco and LA, and as the tour moved eastward, people really didn't receive them very well because they hadn't heard about them. Their fan base was basically on the West Coast, and they hadn't again had their big hits yet. So they were in Denver. The crowd wasn't reacting to them. They were starting to get a little bit miffed about that, so they just they were kind of biding their time. But then what happened is at Forest Hills, there was one incident that kind of broke the camel's back. The Beatles were in Midtown Manhattan, and they were Norman Weiss, who was head of GAC, who was, you know, helped organize the tour, was trying to figure out how to get the Beatles out of Manhattan into, you know, outside of New York City, where the Forest Hills tennis court was. So they took them to the Wall Street heliport, and they were going to fly them out there while the show's in progress with the opening acts. So when they finally arrived at Forest Hills, here's the helicopter coming in. Of course, kids looking up, there's the Beatles.
They know what's up, right?
Who's on stage at the time? It's the Righteous Brothers.
Oh, no.
Nobody cares what these guys are saying. So they were miffed. I mean, the Beatles landed during their set. The kids were no more paying attention to what was going on stage. And so the next night, after the second night at Forest Hills, the Righteous Brothers quit the tour. Wow. They left. And then they picked up a New Orleans R&B guy named Clarence Frogman Henry.
Wow, yeah.
Who had a song in 56.
Yeah.
That was called I Ain't Got No Home. Okay. And he had a frog voice in part of the song, so he was Frogman Henry. And he was, but again, kind of a one-hit wonder.
Right.
But he took up the slack when the Righteous Brothers left, and he played 18 dates with them from Forest Hills until the end.
Yeah.
So there were actually 5 groups that were opening acts, but only 4 at a time.
A lot of British bands at the time were heavily influenced by American blues. The Beatles, along with the Rolling Stones, the Kinks, the Who, a lot of groups at that time, the Yardbirds especially, heavily influenced by the blues that they were hearing from America, folks like Big Bill Broonzy. A good example of that is the song You Can't Do That, which of course the Beatles performed on the American '64 tour. That song has got a basic blues progression in it. The song itself goes like this. I got something to say that might cause you pain. If I catch you talking to that boy again, I'm gonna let you down and leave you flat. Because I told you before, oh, you can't do that. So that's sort of the thing that the Beatles have got going, which is very heavily influenced by the blues. You could take that and extrapolate it back to more of a Delta blues type setting, and you'd get something like this. I got something to say that might cause you pain. If I catch you talking to that boy again, I'm gonna let you down and leave you flat. Because I told you before, oh, you can't do that. If you think about it, even the subject matter itself tends to lean towards a blues type situation. My baby done left me sort of thing. So that's a good example of how the blues heavily influenced the Beatles music.
On behalf of all of the State Fair Board and all the good guys from WIFE, may I present the Beatles!
At the start of the show, George is playing a 12-string for Twist and Shout, which is odd because he actually recorded that song and would normally play it on a 6-string guitar. The reason for doing that is that he didn't want to have to take the time to switch to the 12-string for the second song on the set, which is You Can't Do That, which is normally played on the 12-string Rickenbacker. So instead of dealing with a 1 to 2 minute break right after the very first song, they wanted to try to lead straight into the next tune and keep the momentum going. So instead of having to have that break to switch guitars, he's just going to do Twist and Shout on the 12-string instead.
it's all good fun. Stand with Vito, or just sort of sing, shout, anything, you know.
The set list for the tour was chosen very carefully by the band. They wanted to get the best reaction possible from the crowd, so they chose the songs and the song order very carefully. They didn't just choose their favorite songs or anything like that. They chose songs that they knew they would get a big response with. The set list was chosen based on their years of experience in putting together shows in Hamburg and in Liverpool. They had lots of experience in how to put together a set that would really galvanize and energize the crowd. It was a concerted effort to get the crowd to go along with them on this emotional roller coaster, if you will, that would then lead up to this huge crescendo at the end. Larry Kane was a radio journalist who was hired by Brian Epstein to travel with the boys on this American tour and report back his experiences. He later wrote a book about these experiences called Ticket to Ride, and in it he does make reference about a young boy at the Indianapolis show that he ran into in front of the stage. He writes, "One vivid image I'll never forget is of an ice cream vendor who stopped in place, stared at the Beatles on stage in front of the grandstand, and started crying. I said to him, 'Is something wrong?' He replied, 'No, their music just makes me very happy.'" Ringo is having to sing into a microphone as he sings the song Boys. They've got the mic on a straight mic stand, and he's having to place that right in the middle of his drum kit, right there between his legs. Kind of makes it difficult to play your drum kit properly. Of course, nowadays we would have what's called a boom stand, which allows the microphone to be suspended right there where your head is, and yet you could play the rest of the drum kit unencumbered.
Thank you. Thank you, Ringo. Thank you, John. Thank you, Ringo.
Well, as we mentioned, when they were in America for the first time in February of '64, I forget which hotel where this meeting happened, but the very enterprising folks at Rickenbacker Guitars decided to bring along a bunch of their new guitars to see if they could get the Beatles to play them. And apparently one of those guitars was a Rickenbacker 12-string, which figured in largely to the Beatles' subsequent recordings as they went back to England right after that. This is a 1966 Rickenbacker 330, so very similar to the one George that gravitated towards was the 360, which is essentially the same guitar with this more ornate binding. But they went back to England, and as Mark pointed out, they started working on Hard Day's Night. So it's hard to imagine Hard Day's Night without that classic, Rickenbacker 12-string sound, or you can't do that. Very signature to that early to mid '64 Beatles sound, and then George proceeded to bring it along with him when they toured the States, and you can hear it in evidence on the Hollywood Bowl recordings when they open up with Twist and Shout. That's their first song, but you hear George playing it on the 12-string. which would have been different than the original 63 recording, which was just his normal, probably a Gretsch or one of his solid body Rickenbackers. So yeah, he played this guitar on that whole 64 tour, and so you'd hear it on some non-12-string recordings like Twist and Shout and a few others, but then the second song was You Can't Do That. So that's why he came on, so Twist and Shout right into You Can't Do That. Then of course he got to use it on the you know, Hard Day's Night, which would have been a new single at that point, right?
Yeah, very.
So a very, very new single. Or when John says, we'd like to do an old song some of you older people might remember from last year. It's called She Loves You. From last year. Yeah, here's one of our old songs from last year. It's an oldie.
An oldie.
Yeah.
The guitar you have, right? I should say the guitar you're playing has 12 strings. Now, before the song If I Fell, during the act, you changed guitars. What is the reason behind this?
Because it's got a different sound, you see. With the 12 strings, it's 2 sets of each. I mean, there's 2 lots of each string, you see. Only instead of it being tuned the same, they're in octaves, you see. So instead of getting this note, like you would on an old one, you get, so you get, and both together, so it gives you that noise, you see. It's a higher sound, and with it being electric, it's a good sound. And so the ones I've used, when I've used this on a record, I use it on stage as well, you see. That's why I'm always swapping around.
So George would have had this guitar, and he would have also had an early Gretsch Tennessean, which he recorded a lot in 64 with, like Babies in Black, that type of thing. But he would have played his rollover Beethoven type things on that guitar through an amp very like this, 64 AC30. Well, that was at least at the Washington show. Absolutely. By the tour, were they upgraded to the 50-watt amps, maybe? I think they might have been playing through the piggyback on the aluminum cart. Because Vox kept inventing and coming up with higher wattage amps because the Beatles couldn't hear, you know, nor could the fans, so they kept coming up with higher wattage. There was the 50-watt AC50, and then they came up with an amp called the Super Beatle eventually, which was 100-watt. Tube at first, and then solid state. They thought solid state might be more consistent, but you know, as a lot of tube fanatics will tell you, not quite as musical. But anyway, this guitar kind of epitomizes the Beatles in 1964. You know, that jangly kind of sound, which they eventually used on. I'll work on tuning later.
He tried and tried to keep it all locked up inside and to just go on with his life. But midnight brings confusion and the doubt. He has to let it go or let it out. And that's why God made tears, created them to fall when we have lost it all. And that's why God made tears, the wounds that run so deep, the scars that never heal. That's why God made tears. Through lover's eyes, they say that love is blind. She seems so right. I guess you never know. He made her touch. She had to go, 'cause she was in a rush.
We have two young ladies with us, and what's your name?
Linda Williams,
Where are you from?
North Hollywood.
And who is your favorite Beatle personality?
John Lennon.
Why?
Because John Lennon and I were destined for each other from the day I was born and from the day he was born.
Why?
Why? Because we both have the same sense of humor. Well, but I know if he saw me, the minute he saw me, he would be unmercifully attracted to me, just as I am to him.
There are some youngsters who do aim this at you. A tremendous compassion and admiration for the Beatles in terms of a young lady feeling as though, even though she's never met the Beatles, feeling as though she's married to one of them, or feeling as though she has this personal connection. And I saw some very explicit examples of this lately. Do you think this is going a little bit too far, maybe?
I don't know. If they weren't sort of thinking or doing things connected with us, it'd be about something else. So I don't really think it's going too far. You know, there are people who are slightly nutcases, as I call them.
So as the Beatles were cutting their teeth as musicians in places like Liverpool and Hamburg, they were doing a lot of early R&B at the time, which once again was heavily influenced by the blues. Things like Chuck Berry's Roll Over Beethoven, which once again they were doing on the '64 tour, which is basically Chuck Berry's version of the blues, where he's going, gonna write a little letter, gonna mail it to my local DJ. It's got that same blues bent, the same progression. Roll over Beethoven, gotta hit it again today. So it's the same sort of blues thing, just Chuck Berry's version of it. But at the same time, they were growing and progressing as musicians and were starting to grasp things that were a little more complex chordally. For example, at the time, A Hard Day's Night would have been a brand new song for them. And they did do that on the '64 tour as well. And just the opening chord itself, which this is just a single guitar version of it. There's actually 3 guitars and a bass and all sorts of stuff making that first chord on the recording. But a single guitar version of it might sound like. And the moment you hear that chord, it just galvanizes you and makes you go, oh, this is going to be awesome. So that's sort of how advanced they were getting. And in fact, another new song for them at the time, which was also on the Hard Day's Night soundtrack, was If I Fell. And just the chord progression at the beginning of that song alone shows you how advanced they were getting chordally and melodically. Lennon starts off that song, if I fell in love with you, would you promise to be true and help me understand? 'Cause I've been in love before and I found that love was more than just holding hands. And if you listen to that and really analyze it, there's so much going on there melodically and chordally that is just not in your standard blues-based riff. There's a lot going on there that are really lofty concepts for these guys who were raised on American rock and roll.
With our band, what we've been trying to do is just to kind of write straight-up pop songs. And I know I read something that John Lennon said in the, like 1963 or 64, right around that tour, the American tour, that he wasn't putting a lot of thought into the songs. He was just trying to, the Everly Brothers were writing poppy songs and Buddy Holly, and they were just trying to write some pop songs. But it turns out that the Beatles write the perfect pop song, and they did it over and over and over and over again, album after album after album, and it was crazy.
I Want to Hold Your Hand, right?
Yeah.
It's arguably the greatest pop song that's ever been written in the history of the world. It makes sense why all the girls were flipping their lids, right? It's like who doesn't love that song? You got to be crazy not to like that song.
It would have been cool for maybe 1.5 weeks to be playing your show and you couldn't hear the music because the girls were screaming so loud. but I guess that would get old when you're actually trying to play the songs. I don't know. I lose my mind about girls, so maybe I would love that for years and years and years.
Yeah.
I mean, we've made it this far, 4 years as the O's, with not being able to hear ourselves over the screaming girls, just like the Beatles. Some say the O's are just like the Beatles.
Yeah.
The next week is going to be a big one for the Beatles as they continue their North American tour. Last night they played the Forum in Montreal. Then, weather permitting, Hurricane Dora permitting, they're going to take some days off before playing the Gator Bowl in Jacksonville on Friday. Then back up north to Boston, to the Boston Gardens. The Civic Center in Baltimore is their home on Sunday, and the Civic Arena in Pittsburgh on Monday the 14th, as the Beatles' North American tour continues.
Host. Well, wing. There you go. Hey, so very. Nice place you got here.
Do you plan to have another movie in the near future?
Yes. We started in February. We don't know what it's going to be about yet.
Do the boys honestly believe that they will continue in this vein, making the wonderful money they are, and with all these performances, or will they fade like the miniature golf courses of a few years ago?
You're picking on my size.
Probably
will, but we'll get out before we fade.
We make more money than miniature golf courses.
Last Thursday night, the Beatles were in town and packed our show out there with about over 14,000 children, a great majority being girls. Now, these are the youngsters from the better homes, because the underprivileged cannot afford $5 a seat, and the reservations were made last April. Some of the parents were there, most of them were not. The youngsters came there to see the Beatles. Now, this court is not a prude, but the question is, can you take 14,000 children and pack them in to one stadium? And they know they're coming there to get hysterical. And the whole show was based upon producing hysteria.
You were coming out of this period of the early 60s with the teen idols, the Bobbies. Right. Bobby Rydell, all the, what was some of the other? There was,
the Frankie Avalon,
and the Bobby Rydell type of groups and type of singers, Fabian, and then you got into, of course, the Beach Boys were about as big as you could get in '63.
They were huge, and Roy Orbison,
and certainly unique. Everybody had that Kingston Trio crew cut, hair parted type of look, When the Beatles hit the Sullivan Show and they came over. Yeah. And I mean, they broke through and opened up the wave of, of course, the British Invasion, all the other bands. They literally opened the door. But part of that, besides the music, was the look.
Yeah. The hair. Very much so. Yeah, the hair was a major thing.
Sir, as a barber in Denver, can you give me some comment on how the Beatles have affected the barber business in this town?
Well, I think they've hurt the barber business. They wait so long to get their haircut. Sometimes some of them look like they haven't had their haircut in a year or 2 years. And the teenagers in this town, they all seem to want to pattern themselves after these Beatles, and consequently they are hurting us barbers. Pretty bad. I'd like to give them free haircuts.
What do you think of the Beatles?
I don't like them.
What is it that you don't like about them?
Oh, they came in there with that long hair, and it's just kind of ridiculous. And then my girlfriend was kind of excited about it, and she was paying more attention to them than she was to me. I kind of got a little jealous, I guess.
How do you like the way they look?
Well, they're ridiculous. I mean, they'd be off the wall in any place they go. I mean, they might not be allowed in half of these places, only if they, they're known as the Beatles.
What do you think about the way they wear high-heeled shoes and...
Well, I'll tell you something. If I didn't know them for being boys, I would think they're a little girlish, Their hair there. I mean, in this country, we might call them gay.
And then these girls went into a coma. They ranted. They fainted. Their eyes were glassy. Some pulled their hair out. Some tore their dresses. They threw notes of a very undesirable nature on the stage. Some girls, after the performance, kissed the stage, and some went up and kissed the very seats in which the Beatles had sat. And with this, one father brought a child who was epileptic, and the child had an epileptic fit. And some of the parents took their children home before the show was over because it was, as some people say, unbelievable.
And my parents weren't, you know, they had no real problem with the Beatles, but a lot of parents did. You know, they were anti-establishment, and
well, it was a threat. They were a threat to what had preceded it, being that, you know, your slick back hair, the crew cut, the Pendleton shirts. You know, even though they were dressed nicely, thanks to Brian, he packaged them in somewhat of a wholesome way to present, you know, to the world. But with the longer hair, that was the tip of the iceberg, I think. And the more that they were allowed to kind of be themselves and get out there. But Paul McCartney would later say that they didn't feel like they were the cutting edge of the cultural change, but they were the spokesman.
What do you think of the Beatles?
To tell you the truth, I think they're very ugly, and they have no personality whatsoever, as far as I'm concerned. I would never go near any of them, never. Otherwise, they're really ugly, especially one my girlfriend likes, George. He's skinny as heck. He's ugly.
What do you think of Ringo?
Ringo, I like him. He's really nice.
What do you like about Ringo?
I like his nose, to tell you the truth. It adds something to him.
Did you go down and hear him in Forest Hills?
No, I would never go down all the screaming girls like a bunch of idiots. Really, they are.
The appearance that the Beatles made.
I think the Beatles, they look like some crazy nuts.
What do you think of their music?
What music?
The music is...
What music? What music? I never heard any music come out of them.
Why?
They just make some kind of noise where I wouldn't call that music.
What do you think of the Beatles?
I don't like them, really.
What don't you like about them?
I think they're just a passing phase now. There's nothing that I like about them. They haven't got voices. They haven't got anything.
But that show has sown certain seeds in these youngsters. And the seeds could be of a physical nature where they could be impaired with it, could be of a mental situation, girls going out on dates, their misconception of what this whole problem is about. And there's so many other factors that come into this that we in the juvenile court have to try to prevent anything of a nature that's going to cause trouble.
What do you as musicians think of the Beatles' music?
Oh, that's what it is. It's music. Oh, I just thought they were moving around a lot, and they just shook their head. I don't think, well, there are rock and roll groups in this town, or in the state anyway, that I would guess to be better than the Beatles as far as music, but none of them have enough hair.
Do you feel that the Beatles have helped music in America?
I really don't think they've helped music at all, but I don't think they intend to help music, and I don't think they come on as musicians as much as they come on with their appeal to youngsters and their demeanor, their dress, their haircuts. I think they're appealing to a psychological side of the youngsters rather than to the musical side.
The only thing I feel the Beatles, I give them credit because they do admit that they're not very good, but that they've got a good gimmick.
What do you think of their music?
Well, as a musician,
you're a musician.
Well, I've been playing trumpet for 22 years, and I don't care too much for their music. As musicians, they're not, but they're probably laughing all the way to the bank.
When the Beatles visit a city, they pose a unique and complex policing problem. First, their patrons are almost entirely young, enthusiastic, and eager girls. Second, these young followers labor the impression that their affection for this strange hairstyled quartet can only be shown by unbridled emotion in terms of vocal outcry and body action. Containing these young minds in active bodies necessitates mounting a police detail which will protect the spectators from their own devices and secondarily to secure the entertainers from an over-enthusiastic audience. In Cincinnati, this chore required the combined efforts of 110 men, the largest police detail assembled for supervising a single event.
But if you could see how uncontrollable they were, the glassy eyes, the physical and mental condition, you would agree that the show was not good for them.
So the first and second albums had a lot of covers on them because that's what they had been doing up to this time, developing their material in Liverpool and in Hamburg. They were doing a lot of covers. By the third album, they are working on their own compositions at a fevered pace. And in fact, I think the fact that this was to be for a soundtrack album influenced them greatly on developing their own material, because the soundtrack to this was going to be released by United Artists here in the States as a soundtrack album. And in fact, that's the only reason that the film was being made by United Artists, was that they wanted a soundtrack record to sell. Because of this, the Beatles wanted to kind of cash in on that eventuality. And they started working really hard on these songs for the soundtrack record with the intention of having an album that was nothing but Lennon and McCartney compositions. And the fact that, that they did an album that is completely their own material is kind of unprecedented for its time. Even the artists that were hugely influential to the Beatles hadn't really put out a lot of records that were strictly their compositions and no covers. So it was a bit unprecedented for the Beatles to be putting out something that was completely theirs.
It's down to the last days of the Beatles' North American tour. They played the Public Auditorium in Cleveland last night. Tonight, it's the City Park Stadium in New Orleans. Then, Thursday, off to the Municipal Stadium in Kansas City for a special date that's been added here at the last minute. Then Dallas, Memorial Coliseum, officially the last show of the tour. And then a bonus, a farewell show at the Paramount, a special benefit featuring Bobby Goldsboro, the Shangri-Las, Brothers Ford, Jackie DeShannon, and Nancy Ames, the Tokens, Leslie Uggams, and Steve and Edie. But tonight, it all happens in New Orleans at the great big City Park Stadium. 12,000 people can fit into it. Make sure you're there early. The show starts at 8 o'clock. Beatles on stage at around 9:20. Tickets only $5. Don't miss the Beatles in New Orleans tonight.
Spinning around in the peace that you found, up looking down. I know the time was always wasted, unjust desires that you take.
Last night in New Orleans, there was quite a scene on the field. You know, everybody was running around. Yeah. The amazing thing to me was watching you up there continue playing, you know, without it ever phasing you. When something like this goes on, and we've already described it to the audience exactly what happened, does it ever affect you? Do you ever look down and get a laugh out of it? Or
well, last night I was beginning to have hysterics because it got more and more like a football match or a polo match. It was just a scream.
And when you're playing like that, I noticed there was one mic out, too. Have you ever had a case like this before where there was technical difficulty and you had to use just one microphone?
Oh, we used to do a lot of shows with one microphone. You know, people just couldn't bother setting up microphones. And we're quite used to it. But the microphone kept going off and on, you see, so Paul didn't really know. He was singing half of it with it on, and it would suddenly go off and he wouldn't know till the end of the tune.
One of the things that's a highlight in my mind about the whole trip, aside from meeting and talking with the Beatles and everybody, is the police and the various involvements that occurred, good and bad, especially the one in Cleveland, where the show was stopped. At the moment the show was stopped, when you were playing, and the man walked up on the stage, what was the first thought that ran in your mind, if you can remember?
I felt like kicking him off, you know, because it's so annoying when they come charging on stage, and the way they did, just came on and just pushed George and I off the microphone. They didn't say why. Apparently somebody was getting hurt, but we couldn't see anything. You know, nothing was really happening wild. And he just comes on shoving us off and shouting, "Get off this stage!" You know, felt like kicking him when he was a policeman.
November 22nd, 1963, John Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas, and of course, the last official stop on the tour. Now they had a day off after Dallas. They went to a ranch for the Reed Pigman Ranch. Reed Pigman was the owner of American Flyers. He was the guy that flew them around in this turboprop plane that they were flying. He owned a ranch, so they had a day off, and then they did a charity show at the Paramount in New York. Yeah. Dallas, to me, is really the last true city on the tour. The Beatles were, you know, I understood that the Beatles were terrified to come to Dallas because Kennedy had only been assassinated 10 months earlier.
Yeah, it's fresh on the minds.
Paul, in Dallas, when you get there, LBJ and Barry Goldwater are both going to be appearing the same day at a convention. Would you like to meet them?
In Dallas?
In Dallas.
Ooh.
What do you think about that?
Oh, I don't know, you know, I've heard a lot about that place. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
Oh, with the president there, us there. It should be hectic, that's all I can say, wouldn't it?
They fly into Dallas. The motorcade, of course, the motorcade went through Dealey Plaza. Well, so did the Beatles motorcade. On the way from Love Field to the Cabana. Of course, the Cabana Hotel was right across Stemmons Freeway from Dealey Plaza. So they had to go through Dealey Plaza to get to the hotel, and I guess maybe somebody told them where they were, and John said, "Is it safe?" Wow. He was, you know, a little concerned.
Yeah, sure.
And then at the press conference before the Dallas concert in the basement of, you know, Memorial Auditorium, there was a big campaign at the time, Ringo for president. Okay. So they said, "What do you think about this whole Ringo for president thing?" He's asking Ringo, the reporter is asking Ringo, and Ringo says, "It's great, you got to watch yourself down here."
Oh, man.
And then Lennon, during the same press conference, is asked, you know, do you ever, one of the girls, the young fans in the audience in the press conference said, "Does it ever worry you when you step off of a plane and see a mob, a crowd?" And he goes, "More so here, perhaps." Wow. So there were these little undercurrents. Sure. George Harrison, when he wrote "I Me Mine" in 1980, he said they were terrified to come to Dallas. And Derek Taylor in 50 Years Adrift in '84 said, they literally thought they were going to be shot. And it didn't reinforce it. He said, now, I don't know if this is true, but Derek said that it was, that what reinforced that was that when they got to the companion, he said there were Dallas police sharpshooters on every corner of the building.
Oh, my God.
So you're driving in and you're seeing police with rifles.
Rifles.
And, I mean, they really thought that they were going to die.
Although you haven't seen much of Dallas, the part of it you have seen, what do you like?
Well, pretty fine.
Did you get to see the presidential site?
No, the only bit we've seen so far is the hotel.
On the drive, it looked a nice place when we drove to this place here, whatever this is.
Ringo, do you have any political affiliations at all?
No, he doesn't even smoke. I don't even smoke.
Is that what kind of cigarette is that? Is that a roll your own?
It's one of these, but it don't work so well. He said in an American accent.
What kind of girls do you prefer?
My wife.
Your wife. What kind of girl is she?
She's a nice girl.
A nice girl.
Is this?
Ringo, when you marry, what kind of girl are you going to...
Oh, I don't know. I haven't sorted one out yet. I like them all.
Yeah, how about that?
How about that, eh? Ain't that really
Thank you.
What
kind of girl do you like?
John's wife.
John's wife?
Totally not.
What's a clown?
Nobody likes a smart aleck.
No, do y'all have any books coming out now, anytime soon?
John's the only one.
John's the one with the book. I haven't got one. I've got one coming out next year as well as when I've written it.
What's the name of it?
I don't know. I haven't written it yet.
A mystery, or what kind of books do you like to write?
Rubbish. Detective one.
Rubbish.
I'm writing a detective.
He's writing a last night you had a lot of difficulty getting into the cabana. Did any of you get hurt at all?
George got kicked. I got punched in my face a few times, but I mean that's part of life, isn't it? We're rolling now.
All right.
We're going to move the stage on down to New Orleans.
Y'all going to New Orleans tonight?
No, we were there the other night. Very hot there, you know. Very hot. Don't like this cigarette.
Thank you all very much.
Okay, thank you.
By every possible measure, the 1964 tour was an enormous success. But it is worth noting that that type of touring really takes a toll on you both mentally and physically. Even though they enjoyed the tour, it is important to remember that this sort of touring is very taxing. So much so that within 2 years, they would stop touring altogether. Their last show, of course, being the 1966 show at Candlestick Park in San Francisco. The rigors of touring was not the only reason why they stopped touring. They were also starting to write music that was a little more demanding, that really did not fit within the realm of your typical onstage, 2 guitars, bass and drums type platform. They were starting to look into different types of music, different types of instrumentation. They were using things like string quartets, horn sections, of course George starting to use the sitar. These were all things that they were really wanting to focus on more and more, and were really enjoying their time in the studio, and saw their time in the studio as the place where they were really making their true indelible mark in music in general. That it really wasn't the live performances at all, that those were sort of a sideline to what the real focus was for them, which was the recorded music, the actual songs. And sure enough, those are the pieces that we will take with us forever. It's not the live performance that we're that concerned about anymore. It's the music that they left on vinyl.
We love you, be I love you, John. Will be true when you're not here. We love you. We love you. How do you do in your private zoo? Trapped in cages, emotion rages. How do you do? You're not only one. You're just the lonely one, yeah.
forgotten son. How do you fare? Pain is there. Childhood lost. Look at the cost. How do you fare? You're not the only one. You're just the lonely one. Yeah. My forgotten son. Take the lion's share in your pride.
There's never been anything quite like the success of the Beatles. How long do you think it will last?
Well, this is impossible to say. And it also depends what you term success. I think they're going to be successful, in my estimation, a lot of other people's estimation, for many, many years. But obviously it won't be the same kind of success. It's obviously going to be a matured kind of success.
For four guys to be that talented, that good looking, but that charismatic, I mean, when will it ever happen again? I mean, it's really insane how the chemistry really came together.
It's like, I think we grew up in the age of Mozart in the modern era. I mean, truly.
Yeah.
The timing was incredible.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there was just nothing like him.
I love them. They're just fabulous. Last night they were there. Oh, I don't know. It's not the fad like everyone says it is. I just love them. Last night.
Oh, I love the Beatles. It's just great the way they sing, their haircuts. They're just fabulous. It's the sound. The Beatles sound is just great. The sound is fantastic, and their hair is so different and wild. I love them.
Okay, don't push. Stand back that way. Stand back.
What do you define as a Beatle?
As what we are, you know. Group, singing and selling records.
Ladies and gentlemen, they will be here soon. They're ready for you. Are you ready for them?
They were the most influential band the music industry has ever seen.
After a tumultuous opening concert last night, hundreds of fans have been crowding around the group's hotel today, shouting, "We want the Beatles."
Their fame was new, massive, and continues to this day.
They're in the newspapers all the time, and for some of the dumbest stuff on God's green earth.
Our staff scientist, in an odd moment, calculated that this young mob is generating enough energy to put 3 Atlas missiles in orbit and power 54,000 transistor radios.
Whenever we're doing the show, the DJ always come and say, "Don't look out the window, you know, because you're excited."
I've seen nothing since Beatlemania to be mentioned in the same breath.
They are the best-selling band of all time, with over 183 million sales worldwide and a net worth of $600 million.
I don't mind, you know. It's all right.
After the Shea Stadium, there was nothing else they could ever want to achieve as artists.
I mean, is it fun for you? Or... Yeah, of course. I mean, you know, it'd be fun for you, wouldn't it?
They have transformed the music industry with their unique sound, inspired countless bands all over the globe, and introduced generation after generation to the sound of the 60s.
I mean, there was no music like it before. It put what was probably something not everyone was maybe aware of on the map.
They will go down as one of the great things this country has produced. The Fab Four, they will.
Join us as we explore the story behind the greatest rock band of all time.
I'd just like to say the same as the others. Thanks for the Purple Hearts.
This is your ticket to ride. This is the Beatles. (1957) Liverpool, England. Rock and roll and blues are an upcoming music genre making waves throughout post-war Britain. A young John Lennon, living at 251 Menlove Avenue, developed a passion for the blues, and his first band, the Quarrymen, was born with a selection of his close school friends. Embracing this musical sound, the band found themselves playing their first gig at their local church fair at just the age of 16 years old. It was here Lennon would meet his new songwriting partner and start the biggest rock band of all time.
In many of these escapades of early rock and rollers, you're in the periphery of a number of gangs and scenes that sometimes overlap, so you know Tommy or Timmy a little bit, but not a lot. So McCartney and Lennon had maybe a vague awareness of each other, but on July 6, 1957, Pete Shotton invited Sir Paul, then just a little tyke, to come see John Lennon, who was, I think, a year and a half older, that they were going to play a gig. And Lennon and the guys on the back, as I recall, was a laureate. The Wooden Village Fete. Lennon was playing acoustic guitar, tuned to banjo string tuning, so he's making banjo chords. And I've looked at that photograph of the very, very early Quarrymen with John Lennon there. The photograph's taken the day McCartney met him. And I've often wondered, what did they sound like? Were they any good?
That will be the day when you make me cry. That will be the day when you say goodbye. You say you're gonna leave, you know it's a lie. 'Cause that'll be the day when I die.
The Quarrymen played what was called skiffle music, which was an emerging kind of rock and roll, but it's putting jazz into it, it's putting folk, some blues, so it's combining all these things, and that was really the kind of beginning part of the Beatles.
When McCartney came on the scene, Lennon was allegedly singing Come Go With Me by the Del Vikings, yet John Lennon was singing the great classic Come, 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 come and go with me down, 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 down to the penitentiary. Well, of course, no 1950s love song references the penitentiary. Lennon was just making this stuff up. So they had a bond right there, not just that they both loved the music and the guitar and all that, but that McCartney knew some of the words that John Lennon didn't. So it must have been a heck of a meeting of the minds that July 6th day. Must have been incredible.
After that chance encounter, Paul McCartney and John Lennon started to jam together to get to know each other's sound. Lennon continued to focus on his main band, the Quarrymen, but after a year realized that the only way he could evolve his sound was to bring Paul McCartney into the band.
A lot of rock bands, of course, formed by experienced musicians get in a room. You're the best bass player here. You're the greatest drummer here. And, you know, stuff like that. That's how bands form. But the Beatles didn't really form. They evolved. They were originally John Lennon's band, the Quarrymen. And as time went on, and the fashion for the washtub bass and Lonnie Donegan covers started falling apart, and Chuck Berry's replacing Lonnie Donegan, they evolved. And Lennon was evolving with the music, sort of leading the pack. So he gets McCartney in the band, and the band is strengthened. And a little later, they got George Harrison in the band. So the Beatles weren't formed like a manager in a room with a big cigar said, we'll get this guy, we'll get that guy. And they weren't formed in the basement one day, let's call this guy. They evolved from the early days of the Quarrymen. They evolved organically and naturally by two things, a love of the music, and as Ringo has said many, many times, it evolved from four guys who loved each other. And he's quite right.
The Quarrymen had split up, and off the back of this split, John Lennon and Paul McCartney came together and formed the Beatles. The original lineup consisted of John Lennon on vocals and lead guitar, Paul McCartney on backing vocals and backing guitar, McCartney's closest school friend George Harrison on third guitar, Stuart Sutcliffe on bass, and Pete Best on drums. The band moved to Hamburg, arranged by their unofficial manager, Alan Williams. The Beatles went on to play a variety of clubs in the red light district. Here they performed a selection of covers and some of their newly written songs. But, unfortunately, their early music wasn't a hit.
Early on, the Beatles started writing, and they were relatively underdeveloped, heavily influenced almost to the point of being a pastiche of Elvis. You know, when you hear these tunes like In Spite of All the Danger and Hello Little Girl, From a Window, I mean, these are really early attempts at something that would blossom later.
I'll do anything for you, anything you want me to. It's truly true to me.
They weren't mining gold, as McCartney correctly points out that they were later.
During their time in Hamburg, the Beatles started to develop their sound and experiment with different genres. In 1961, the band released their first ever recorded single titled My Bonnie, which featured all 5 of the original members, featuring Tony Sheridan on lead vocals. The sound resembled that of a classic 1950s Elvis Presley rock and roll song. The Beatles may not have made massive waves in Hamburg, but when the band came back to England in 1961, they started gaining more attention performing in their local club, the Cavern Club. Stuart Sutcliffe and Pete Best were dropped from the band temporarily, and Ringo Starr was brought in as their new drummer. As a new 4-piece band, the Beatles went on to make 292 appearances at the Cavern Club over the next 2 years, building up a huge following. It was also here that their first recorded live performance took place, as they performed the Richie Barrett song titled Some Other Guy.
You going to mug me? I'm not going to mug you.
Is that gorgeous or what, eh?
And I believe I can run a decent marathon.
Thank you very much.
Download Veely now.
Some other guy now, I'll take my love away from me. Oh, now, some other guy now, I'll take away my sweet desire. Now, some other guy now, I just don't want to hold my hand. Now, I'm a lonely one, if I feel.
During their performances at the Cavern Club, the Beatles were continually growing their fan base. They also gained the attention from one particular individual, That individual would go on to help sculpt the Beatles into the image that they are known for today. That mastermind was none other than Brian Epstein.
Can you tell us when you first met the Beatles?
Oh, 1961, October, I think.
And whereabouts did you see them?
In the Cavern Club in Liverpool.
And what did you think when you first saw them?
Oh, I was sufficiently knocked out.
Lovely rubbish, that's what you told me.
And what was the next step from there?
Well, then we got to know each other and eventually worked out a bit of idea of management. See?
I know, I was aware at the time, so I joined later, after Brian.
At any time did you have a feeling that you might reach this dizzy height of success that you're now flying on?
I don't know about the dizzy height, but I always thought they were going to be pretty big, very big.
How did you get associated with Brian Epstein, and how much do you feel you owe him?
Well, we owe him 1 and 6 exactly, but we owe a lot of our success to him, a great deal.
Yes.
Because I think we might have been able to make hit records because we would have written the songs anyway. This one's run out, and but we wouldn't have. He controlled it, you see.
A lot of people have said that Epstein has emerged as a genius of show business. Do you agree with this?
Well, I'm a bit odd, I don't like using the word genius, but there's so many geniuses on LP covers and things like that, that I think he's done more than anybody expected him to do, which entitles people that don't know what's happening to call him a genius. He's very good. I wouldn't say he's a genius.
There never would have been a Beatles, and we wouldn't do this interview now without Epstein. Epstein's genius was getting them to stop eating food on stage at the Cavern, stop telling in-jokes on stage, stop dicking around between songs on stage, get out of those leather jackets and cowboy boots, get some sensible clothes, coats and ties on, something that is palatable and digestible for Middle England, much less the world or Middle America to accept. And when Brian Epstein is criticized for cleaning up the Beatles, I'm saying without his presentational skills that were developed in the record store, the way they had the furniture in the window and all that, without those presentational skills being developed, Epstein would never have known what the public really wanted, and the public would never have accepted the Beatles as they were in Hamburg. Epstein's polishing the Beatles is why we're sitting here talking right now. Had it just relied on the way they were and the roughneck image they had then and the rough sound they produced then, they would have been, maybe they'd have broken nationally, maybe not, but they wouldn't have taken the world on as they did.
With their new image being forged by Brian Epstein, the Beatles were ready to take on the world by storm. In 1962, the band went into the studio to record their first single as a four-piece. Love Me Do was released on the 5th of October 1962 in the UK and went on to show the band's unique sound as they incorporated elements of rock and roll with the blues. In August 1963, the Beatles performed their final show at the Cavern Club and took to the studio once again to record their first self-written album. Please Please Me was the Beatles' first full-length LP and went on to become one of their best-selling albums. The LP contained a variety of fantastic singles, including Love Me Do, but it was the title track that helped the band become the success story that they are known as today.
I think the real breakout moment isn't Love Me Do or From Me to You or any of the first Beatles songs that are known and loved now. I think the really breakout moment is Please Please Me. That song, which started out slowly, has Beatles stamped all over it. It was originally like a Roy Orbison thing, and George Martin heard it. And George Martin said, no, 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 speed it up. And it became the last night I said these words to my girl.
I know you never even try, girl. Come on, come on, come on, come on, please, 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 oh yeah.
When they finished that particular take, whatever the take was, as we say in the business, George Martin famously on the talkback machine came over and said, fellas, you just recorded your first #1. And I think that is the song, the composition, and the performance And indeed, the studio moment when the Beatles really melded into each other, blended their personalities and their sound to become the four-headed monster, where each individual guy made a great contribution, but 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 didn't equal 4 anymore, it equaled like 27. Please Please Me, I think that's the moment.
Please Please Me was a massive hit in the UK, with its self-titled single reaching #1 on the charts. The album was also ranked 39th on Rolling Stone's list of 500 greatest albums of all time. The Beatles quickly followed up Please Please Me with their second album, With the Beatles, another album that went down extremely well with fans and critics and topped the charts within the UK. By 1963, the Beatles had made it in the UK, selling out shows all over the country. They were the band of the moment. They were so big, in fact, that they were invited to perform at the Royal Variety performance in front of the Queen Mother and Princess Margaret.
Paul, have you thought about your act for the show yet? Any changes in the act, or is it going to be, you know, the usual routine?
No, we'll have to change it, I'm sure. We can't... Hey, stop it. We'll have to change it, but we can't do the same thing all the time. We haven't thought about what we're going to do yet.
Suits with collars on? Brush party in
never
hair,
know.
something like that?
I may not wear suits. Never know. We've no idea.
But during an interview on the BBC before the show, the Beatles were criticised by Edward Heath, the Lord Privy Seal, as he stated that he had difficulty distinguishing the Beatles' Liverpudlian accents as the Queen's English.
John, in this Royal Variety show, when you're appearing before royalty, your language has got to be pretty good, obviously. This thing about Ted Heath saying that he couldn't distinguish.
I can't understand
the Queen's English.
I can't understand Teddy saying that at all, really. I'm not going to vote for Ted.
But you're not going to change your act just for the Lord Privy Seal?
Oh, no, like, we'll keep, like, the same kind of thing, like, won't we?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that's right.
John Lennon didn't hold back during the performance either, as he made crass comments towards some of the more upper-class guests attending the show.
For our last number, I'd like to ask your help. Would the people in the cheaper seats clap your hands? And the rest of you, if you just rattle your jewellery.
Despite the controversial jokes and comments, the Beatles put on one of the biggest shows they had ever performed, playing some of their biggest singles to a sea of screaming fans. The Royal Variety performance boosted their popularity even more, and by the end of 1963, the Beatles were the biggest band in the UK.
Variety clubs of Britain had little trouble picking this year's showbiz personalities. They needed to look no further than the nearest transistor radios. So at the staid Dorchester Hotel, where crowned heads have often been dined, 4 crown princes receive an accolade from the show world's charitable organization. And we hardly need to mention that they need no charity except from exasperated parents.
But the Beatles hadn't just won over the hearts of their nation. They had also taken over the airways in Europe and Australia, leading to thousands of fans crowding the streets everywhere they went.
When the quartet with hair like unmade beds arrive in the Netherlands, it's the same story as in Britain and the US. People who value their sanity head for cover and let the teenagers take over.
In 1964, the Beatles aimed to win over American audiences, and after a few gigs, despite not being the top billed act, the Beatles were easily regarded as a crowd favourite everywhere they went. As a result, American media were calling it the British Invasion.
New York City cops are hard-pressed protecting the Beatles at their hotel. On every side, there is hero worship that recalls the heydays of Elvis Presley and Frank Sinatra. With one Beatle bedded with a sore throat, 3 of the quartet take an airing in Central Park. There was absolutely no truth to the rumor that the zoo's laughing hyena was driven underground.
It wasn't until the Ed Sullivan Show in 1964 that the Beatles' popularity reached all new heights. Crowds of fans screamed throughout the whole of their set as the Beatles performed their popular hits.
You let me hold your hand. You let me hold your hand. I wanna hold your hand.
It was clear to see that after this performance that America and the world had caught Beatlemania.
Well, it seems to me that after your show, your real problems really begin. What's it like with these fans outside, Paul?
At first, it's murder, because, you know, it looks as though they're going to tear you apart. Once you get the hang of it, you get used to it, and it gets a bit easier.
Do you deliberately try and create these sort of screaming reactions?
No, we just, you know, arrive at the theatre and they're always there waiting. And whenever we're doing a show, the police always come and say, don't look out the window, you know, for the excitement. I'm dying to look out.
Beatlemania, according to Philip Norman and Hunter Davis and so many great Beatle writers, was somewhat manufactured, but the big bang of it was at the Palladium in '63. The Beatles had played, and the press got a hold of the girls screaming and all that stuff and made it into a scene that dwarfed Sinatra being screamed at by the Bobby Soxers in Manhattan in 1942. There's the wonderful black and white footage of Liverpool playing at Anfield, and the whole cop is singing "She Loves You." And all these guys in the cop are singing "She Loves You." And they're deafening, they're so loud. And in '64, when the Beatles broke, after being on Ed Sullivan, I mean, it was then Beatlemania in America. They were in the newspapers all the time, and for some of the dumbest stuff on God's green earth.
And here they are, fresh from their triumphant appearances in the United States. 12,000 young Britons roar a welcome. Their shrieks rise in an awesome wave. Our staff scientist, in an odd moment, calculated that this young mob is generating enough energy to put 3 Atlas missiles in orbit and power 54,000 transistor radios.
I've seen nothing since Beatlemania to be mentioned in the same breath. I include Madonna and Michael Jackson, all these people that I, you know, have the greatest respect for and have bought the recordings of. Nothing was like Beatlemania. The mania part of that is primary. It was nuts.
By 1964, Beatlemania had hit the whole world. Off the back of it, the band teamed up with the film director Richard Lester to capture a day in the life of the Beatles, which also featured the band's 3rd studio album, which was self-titled A Hard Day's Night.
Hard Day's Night is essentially the day in the life of Beatlemania. The movie features the Beatles and their songs, but the movie's about Beatlemania, and it only captures a small slice of it. People see Hard Day's Night, and you see the Beatles. It lets their personalities come out. You see Paul being a very diplomatic kind of guy, trying to hope things work out. Lennon kind of being a wise guy. Ringo being kind of a cuddly everyman again with a capital E. George Harrison being kind of a quiet guy who says some very quiet, demure, but really funny, dry remarks. Their personalities come to the fold. You see the Beatles playing their tunes. So we've got the Beatles and we've got their music, but again, A Hard Day's Night isn't about the Beatles and it's not about their music. It's about Beatlemania. It is about people going crazy for a band. That is the subject matter of the movie. And in that, even though it's fictionalized, Dick Lester's given us a great documentary.
After the successful release of A Hard Day's Night, the Beatles released their 4th album, Beatles for Sale. This album held the #1 spot for 11 of the 46 weeks that it spent in the top 20. But the Beatles continued to embrace the film world after this album, and in 1964 worked on their next film called Help, a ludicrous comedy that showed all 4 of the band members in ridiculously slapstick situations. The film also featured the band's 5th studio album of the same name. Help was nominated in the category of Album of the Year at the 1966 Grammy Awards, making the Beatles the first rock band that had been recognized in this category. The album also sold 1.3 million copies in just a few months in the US alone. It was another smash hit for the Beatles that produced some outstanding singles, including the title track, which matched the fun, upbeat vibe from the film. In 1965, the Beatles were awarded MBEs by the Queen herself. The ceremony took place in Buckingham Palace, and the grounds were, once again, filled with screaming fans.
Who's been getting in the oldsters' hair the past few years? Why, the boys who invented hair, the Beatles. Fresh from an audience with the Queen, they hold medals, indicating they have been made members of the most excellent order of the British Empire.
The fans and the Beatles themselves were thrilled with the achievement.
Well, gentlemen, first of all, many congratulations on your MBE. The whole country seems very delighted indeed, but how do you feel about it, Paul?
Delighted indeed. You know, I'm glad everyone's delighted. I love it.
But I mean, is it fun for you? Or?
Yeah, of course. I mean, you know, it'd be fun for you, wouldn't it? You know, if you just woke up one morning and he said, you know, it's great.
Ringo, how did you first hear about it?
Well, we heard about it 6 weeks ago when we got the forms to fill in, and then we knew that we were going to get it 2 days ago, officially.
How did these forms come? What, straight through the post or in the fan mail or what?
I don't, just in brown envelopes. They were delivered by somebody, you know, by hand. I think one of Brian's secretaries.
I'll tell you.
All right. Well, how did it happen?
They were sent from the Prime Minister at Downing Street to our manager's office, and they were delivered from there to Twickenham, where we were filming. And then about the day later, we just found them, and we thought we were being called up for the army. And then we opened them, and we found out we weren't. We weren't.
All said that line.
I know, but this is at ITV. The other, that was the other one.
Beatlemania peaked in late 1965 when the Beatles performed their biggest concert to date. Tickets sold out within seconds, as it seemed the whole of America wanted to see the Beatles perform at the Shea Stadium.
After the Shea Stadium, there was nothing else they could ever want to achieve as artists.
We've had offers from people as high as $70 or so for tickets, but of course they're all gone. There aren't any available at any price.
In fact, we've had calls from dignitaries and the British government here in town, from important show business people wanting tickets the last moment, and we can't come up with a ticket anywhere. The kids have the entire house for themselves.
I have a group of girls here from Arroyo High School in El Monte, and we came down here today to see what kind of seats we had to see the Beatles. I bought 10 tickets for $85, and I don't think the girls would be willing to give up their tickets, but I heard that someone had offered $70 for a ticket, and for that I might.
Ladies and gentlemen, they will be here soon. They're ready for you. Are you ready for them?
It was the ultimate rock and roll concert that nobody to this day, even in with the great concerts given by Led Zeppelin, nobody has ever topped that concert. It wasn't a concert of music, it was a concert of the crowd. And it was the top pinnacle of anybody's career that still hasn't been topped today.
The whole concert was filmed as part of a documentary. This film showed off the pure brilliance of the Beatles' performance skills, whilst also showing the grand scale of their concerts. The Beatles had done everything they could. They had broken records, played the biggest stadiums, and dominated the charts all over the world. But behind closed doors, things weren't all glitz and glamour, and the band realized that because of their poor contracts made by Brian Epstein, they weren't making nearly as much money as they deserved. Sales for the single She Loves You, for example, made millions all over the world, but despite that fact, the Beatles only saw £800 from the sales.
On the subject of money, which seems to keep coming into this all the time, how do you go about financing their weekly pocket money? What happens about that?
Well,
Well, they get, whatever they want from their earnings, and their earnings go into their own company.
Brian Epstein had done a number of bad business deals. I mean, the great one we acknowledge is he gave away 90% of the merchandising rights when they hit America. He could have taken 90% and given the other guys 10%. His publishing deal for Macmillan Music wasn't good. He gave himself part of the record sales. No one knew back in the 60s that maybe it wouldn't be a good idea, now that we're a mega worldwide band, to have our manager be a furniture store guy from Liverpool. The Stones had a 19-year-old guy managing them when they started, Andrew Lou Oldham. But all of these British bands in particular were managed by well-meaning amateurs in the field they were in. It's a shame, because I think Brian Epstein is a key player and responsible for making them palatable to the public. But at the same time, his bad business deals set the seeds for the Beatles going against each other. The Beatles sound of their mop-top era, shall we say, peaks and sort of ends on Help. It's the last album where they're audibly and lovably these cheeky little Liverpudlians. The next album is, of course, Rubber Soul, and that's the album that just made the west coast of California, the Future Birds, Buffalo Springfields, and the Jefferson Airplane. Rubber Soul is the one that's like, everyone's set up. This isn't just a showbiz boy band act of the era. All those prototype hippies set up.
And what's really happening is you're seeing a lot more experimentation with sound, different kinds of rhythm, with different kinds of song structure, psychedelia, those kind of things.
And by the time you get to Revolver, the door is open. It's the first Beatle album. Even Rubber Soul, while not mop-top stuff, very adult, mature music on Rubber Soul. But even Rubber Soul was of a uniform. The songs all sounded like the same guys recorded them. Revolver was their first kind of album like the White Album, that the songs didn't sound, it was almost the same band. For instance, Harrison turns in these Indian songs like Love to You, Ringo sings a sort of music hall-y Yellow Submarine, McCartney sings these wonderful ballads like For No One, and Lennon's doing that crazy psychedelia of She Said, and I'm Only Sleeping. It doesn't even sound like the same record. By the time you get to Revolver, that's the first album where the Beatles have, Mop Top's gone, doesn't exist anymore. And the Beatles are open for all offers. That is the first album where all bets are off and every door and every window in the building is open.
Despite their new sound, the Beatles continued to book tours around the world. However, in March 1966, John Lennon got himself and the Beatles into a massive controversy with the American press, as he was quoted as saying the Beatles were bigger than Jesus, causing one of the biggest band boycotts the world had ever seen.
Maureen Cleave had interviewed John Lennon, and she was interviewing each Beatle for the Evening Standard, as I recall. In the Lennon one, he said, we're more popular than Jesus. Christianity will vanish and grow. I don't know which will go first, rock and roll or Christianity. Danny Fields, who later managed the Ramones, was working at a superficial teenage pulp magazine called Datebook. And he got this interview because they would compete, these superficial teen magazines in America would compete to get license to be the first American company to print. And he saw this Lennon interview and his eyes bugged out with the quotes about Christianity will vanish and shrink. And he took those quotes and put them in Datebook in big bold-faced type. And boom, somebody saw it down south, and it was just match into a tin can full of kerosene. Boom. I remember the Beatle banning and the book burn and the Beatle record burning and the kerfuffle over Lennon saying they were more popular than Jesus. It was really something, really ugly. It put a serious dent into their popularity in the United States.
The American public started burning Beatles records in response to the comments, and in South Africa, all Beatles records were banned from retail stores. In response to Lennon's comments, the KKK publicly threatened to infiltrate the Beatles' next show and stop it completely because of their so-called blasphemous comments. Despite the hostile environment in the US and other parts of the world, the Beatles continued to branch out to other countries. In late 1966, the Beatles travelled to Asia, performing at venues in Japan and the Philippines. Some right-wing politicians didn't take too kindly to the Beatles' performances, as they played shows in what was seen as sacred temples. Activists lined the streets with banners saying, "Damn Beatles, go home." But despite the hostility, the band managed to play to over 200,000 fans. By 1967, it was clear that the Beatles had had enough of touring and wanted to just focus strictly on their music and their evolving sound.
So the Beatles stopped performing live in 1967. That's the last time that they do a really professional, formal gig.
The Beatles were already tired of touring before '66, but by '66, they're still doing Long Tall Sally on stage. And their stage sound no more reflected what they were doing in the studio than The Man in the Moon. So they had to make a decision. Do we continue to have this dichotomy of the studio moving forward and doing Long Tall Sally, etc., Babies in Black, live? So they wanted to move forward, and the technology was not there for the Beatles to reproduce their studio records on stage then. So they made the, let's just stop touring. We're not happy with the travel. Our records are selling anyway, and you really tour to promote the records. So let's stop touring, and let's start to promote our own music as best we possibly can. So what do? So we go from Revolver, where all bets are off, and we'll take any influence you've got out there, and they go to the very Baroque, the very Rococo Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band.
Sgt. Pepper is really seen to be the first concept album, and what I mean by that is there's a beginning, a middle, and end. There's a story that's told throughout the whole record, the way that there's different kind of mysticisms running through it. Even the very front cover itself, the Beatles are creating characters, them in almost like military outfits, but them also positioned in this mural with other popular culture figures through time. It's like an alternative Beatles reality, if you would.
I mean, there was no music like it before. The cover, everything. It put what was probably something not everyone was maybe aware of on the map. The whole it was like the end of the sweet pop song era and the start of people making real albums, as opposed to a collection of songs.
Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band really was a turning point for the Beatles. It captured their newfound creativity and revitalized their sound. But these recent albums also displayed George Harrison coming out of his shell and helped show off his songwriting abilities.
Well, I think George realised what he was up against with both John and Paul, and also me to a certain extent, because I must confess that I would obviously concentrate on the guys who were giving me the hits. And in the beginning, George's work was kind of tolerated. Oh yes, we must have a George song in this thing. It's kind of saying, well, it's not going to be as good as the others, but we'll let him have it on, which was terribly unfair. I know that, and I do regret that. But you can't blame me, because I had to deal with two marvellous people as well as him.
Initially, he was really the third member of the band. Once they hit that roller coaster ride of success and he started to play some of those great solos, he was then accepted, I think, musically by Paul and by John as being a very, very integral part of the group.
With talents like John and Paul, who are probably the greatest songwriters of the 20th century as far as we're concerned, it's tough opposition, and they collaborated and kind of also rivaled each other in their writing. George didn't have anybody. George had to do it by himself.
It was both hard for George Harrison and beneficial to be in the flight path of Lennon and McCartney. I say this because he wasn't a songwriter early on, so he's the fly on the wall.
He worked away at it, and he had tremendous determination and application. He would craft his music meticulously with every little stitch in the canvas, and gradually built up his songwriting technique to a point where he became a great writer. He wasn't to begin with, but then he started writing great songs.
our love, with our love, we could save the world if they only knew.
Not only was George Harrison emerging as more of a frontman figure, there was another member of the band that was catching the eyes of fans everywhere, displaying his true creativity and his skills within the studio. Some called him the fifth member of the Beatles, but to everyone, he's known as Sir George Martin.
In America, we always talk about you can reinvent yourself in America and you can be anything you want to be. Well, George Martin grew up impoverished in North London and very poor. Yet when he became an officer in the Second World War, he had to immediately learn to talk posh because the other officers wouldn't accept him. Martin's deep development and techniques with these comedy records and light drama recordings made him perfect for the Beatles, who wanted more and more and more. How do you get that sound? How do you get this sound? He was the perfect guy. Had they just had a regular producer, like a standard EMI staff producer who did pop records, it would have been a very different, more closely defined Beatle world. With George Martin on board, you can have the sound effects of Yellow Submarine, you can have the craziness that's going on in those Magical Mystery Tour tracks. You can have the expansion that we've heard in the reissue of Sgt. Pepper by his son, Giles Martin.
They'd seen his face before. Nobody was really sure if he was from the House of Law.
You could never have had that with just a regular coat and tie EMI staff producer. You needed a guy who'd done things besides pop music records, and that was ex-officer Sir George Martin, who knew it. You know, he's made records with Peter Sellers. I mean, what needs to be said?
Tragically, in August 1967, the Beatles had been told the news that their faithful manager and loving friend, Brian Epstein, had died of a drugs overdose. The band were absolutely devastated.
I spoke to him Wednesday evening, the evening before we first saw Maharishi's lecture, and he was in great spirits.
Did the Maharishi give you any words of comfort?
Yes, well, his meditation gives you confidence enough to withstand something like this, even the short amount we've had.
The Beatles sought solace during the start of 1968 to get away from being in the public eye 24/7. They went to India to focus on mindfulness and engaged in meditation activities with their teacher Maharishi Mahesh Yogi. This experience allowed the band to take a step back and reflect on their success, whilst also to recover from the loss of their friend Brian Epstein.
Far from the noise and pace of city life, in the cool, clear air of Rishikesh, North India, Pathé News reports from the meditation retreat of Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, the man who, through transcendental meditation, is currently bringing peace of mind to the Beatles. Flower-loving Yogi told reporters that his brand of peace of mind could only be truly appreciated by intelligent men of the world with rewarding activities and high incomes. Among his most valued disciples were the Beatles, top of the pop pupils. He did his best to keep them away from outsiders, but George had a way for us. Keeping company with himself, it could be part of the treatment, John stalked along the shady paths. Ringo enjoyed the peace of togetherness with Mrs. Ringo. It was a very peaceful scene. So different from those not-so-far-off times when just a glimpse of the Beatles was enough to ruin the meditation chances of anyone within earshot. Now, 2 by 2, the world-famous quartet strolled quietly in the lovely meditation preserve. Paul and Ringo shed the cares of their successful world. Close behind, George and John, complete with blanket for even more peace. That great screen star Greta Garbo used to crave solitude. In these days, it's even harder to come by. But the Beatles have found it.
Despite the peaceful retreat, when the band got back into the studio in mid-1968, the band's relationship wasn't the same as it was. John Lennon looked and acted like he didn't want to be within the band anymore and wanted to focus on his new relationship with local artist Yoko Ono.
John seemed to be turning away from the efforts of the Beatles in 67, 68, 69 and spending more time and energy on the art he was creating with Yoko Ono and also the art that Yoko Ono had created that he wanted to promote to the public sphere. I think they were hurt that their fearless leader was turning away from them a bit and was getting such succor and inspiration from someone else other than the Beatles, and they didn't like it. Beatles sessions had been pretty much closed. A lot of Beatles sessions, someone would come in from next door that was recording, like Sounds Incorporated or Pink Floyd, but they'd say hi and then they'd split. And he was inviting Yoko to just the session, period. I know that didn't sit well with the members of the Fab Four. They've been fair about that. And if you look, by the time they're doing the picture sleeve, i.e. the photo shoot for the picture sleeve of Ballad of John and Yoko and Old Brown Shoe, she's in the photograph. Well, the song is called The Ballad of John and Yoko, but on the flip side, she's in the Beatle photograph for Old Brown Shoe. Just so there's 5 people on the single sleeve. And I think there is an argument that you can see why someone would draw a line at having a cot or a sofa brought in for an extraneous person, family member, no matter how much you loved them and were devoted to them at your recording sessions. I think there was a point.
Tension seemed high with all the members, but by the end of 1968, the Beatles came back and released their next studio album titled The Beatles, also known as The White Album.
You keep going on, and Dylan's basement tapes are leaking out. The Beatles would have heard the acetates, I'm sure, so that's where you get your White Album. Part of the White Album is very developed, but not like Pepper and Magical Mystery Tour. About a third of the White Album is the band, all 4 of them, playing in the studio, as they did in the old days. Stuff like Birthday, Helter Skelter, and Your Blues. Those 3 songs with them in the studio looking at each other, 1, 2, 3, all in. So you see the White Album is both a slight back to basics, very successful back to basics, and you also see it as the beginning of their the solo careers, or at least I do.
The White Album was the first Beatles album released on their own record label, Apple Records. It also featured one of the Beatles' most popular songs to date, Hey Jude, a soft melodic song that Paul McCartney dedicated to John Lennon's son after Lennon's divorce to Cynthia in 1968. It was also performed on David Frost's Sunday Show, which was the Beatles' first live performance on TV since they stopped touring the world in 1967.
Hey Jude, don't make it bad. Take a sad song and make it better. Remember.
After the White Album, tension was rising again within the studio. Band members were leaving left, right and centre for short breaks to get away from the hostile working environments, including George Martin. Alan Klein joined the band as the new manager, but unfortunately Paul McCartney objected to his involvement, stating he wanted the management to go to his father-in-law, Lee Eastman. Projects they were working on were being pushed aside, and it felt as though each member was wanting to focus on their solo careers. But little did they know that their most successful creation was right around the corner.
But then they came back with Abbey Road, the last album they recorded in order. It wasn't the last album released, but it was the last album they recorded as an ensemble, and it's just a cracking record. There are those that say Lennon was losing interest by now, and he's not on a fair bit of Abbey Road, but certainly the other 3 are, and certainly Lennon was there for his songs. He's there for Come Together, Polyethylene Pam, Golden Slumber, Sun King. He's there for his songs. He's there at the ending melody when he, McCartney, and Harrison take those solos on the song The End. it's a great record. It's Sir George Martin's favorite Beatle album. It might be mine. And it's the way I'd like to remember them, not Let It Be. It's the way I'd like to remember at the peak of their powers.
Abbey Road wasn't the final release for the Beatles. Since 1968, Paul McCartney had been arranging a film session to document life within the studio and the recording of their, what would be, final album, Let It Be. But unfortunately, this album took over 3 years to finalize due to hostility within the band, and the documentary that went alongside that, which was meant to display the making of the album, actually displayed the breakup of the Beatles.
The Let It Be film is a very quixotic, bittersweet chapter in the Beatles' career. I believe the Let It Be album is the only bad album in the Beatles' catalog. I think it never should have come out. Let It Be just doesn't have a ton of good songs on it. And listening to the outtakes and the bootlegs which are out there, they're frequently sort of out of tune and just jamming. They're not seriously working. So Let It Be is a very disappointing chapter in the Beatles' history. And I keep hearing that there's other film canisters shot, the unreleased footage, and that there's more to come out. But I don't see how it's going to be anything you really want to hear, because the outtakes of Let It Be that I've heard, where they're doing like House of the Rising Sun or a Whole Lot of Shakin' Going On or Bebop Alua or one of their own early songs, none of it's very good.
But I love you. Seems that I'm always love you. Oh, you do me bad.
During the recording process of this album, the Beatles performed a concert on top of the band's label's rooftop that was captured for the documentary. It was the first time they had performed live in front of an audience for over 2 years. It would also go on to be their last ever live performance. Let It Be finally released in May 1970 and was criticised as being one of the Beatles' worst albums by some critics. The title track, however, written by McCartney, became an instant hit. The song, according to McCartney, was said to be based on a phrase he'd heard from his mother in a dream, a sign for him not to worry about the dangers of life and to live it to its fullest.
When I find myself in times of trouble, Mother Mary comes to me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be. And in my hour of darkness, she is standing right in front of me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be. Let it be.
Shortly after Let It Be was released, the Beatles were no more. It was the end of an era and the last we'd see of the Fab Four. The breakup of the Beatles shocked the world and left fans wondering what was next for the four members. Paul McCartney and George Harrison went on to focus on their solo careers, releasing some monumental albums like Tug of War and All Things Must Pass. John Lennon focused on his efforts on Yoko Ono's art and peace activism within the US, and Ringo Starr focused his efforts within the film industry. All four members looked like they were doing things that they loved, and fans were always hoping that maybe there was a chance that the Fab Four could come back together again and play once again as the Beatles. But on the 8th of December 1980, all hopes of a reunion were gone as the world felt the shockwaves of some truly devastating news.
The murder of John Lennon in New York last night is full of ironies. He just started a successful musical comeback after years of withdrawal. In his last recorded interview, he said what he liked about New York was the security, even the autograph hunters who only wanted a signature and then left him alone. And the man charged with Lennon's murder was an autograph hunter.
John Lennon was a New Yorker by adoption, and as soon as the word of the shooting was out, carried by radio stations across the city, his admirers started to gather. Their reaction was one of disbelief.
The body has been taken over town across to East 30th Street to the medical examiner's office. And the medical examiner's office told the BBC this morning that 4 bullets were in fact shot into John Lennon, one of which went through the body, one of which remained. It's thought that he died almost instantly.
George Harrison was tonight said to be stunned. He said that after all we went through together, I had and still have great respect for him.
He was seeking peace. I mean, he loved his fellow human beings, but he just wanted to have a respite from the hurly-burly of the showbiz world. And he actually said to me, he said, look, for the first time in my life, I don't have to do anything. I can now spend some time with my new son, my wife, and not have to be answered to anybody. And I think that was really what he wanted.
Paul McCartney was asked to comment on the loss of his best friend, but his words and appearance shocked journalists.
Have you discussed the death with any of the other Beatles?
No.
Do you plan to?
Probably, yeah.
What were you recording today?
I was just listening to some stuff, I just didn't want to sit at home.
Why?
Well, I didn't feel like it.
What time did you hear the news?
This morning sometime.
Very early?
Yeah. Go on now, yeah? Drag, isn't it? Okay, cheers. Bye-bye.
Let's go. Well, guys.
Thank you.
Go.
Goodbye.
Despite Paul McCartney's cold demeanour, he went on to say that he was devastated by the news and just didn't know how to handle it at the time. The world was stunned by the death of John Lennon.
I'm using my money and my time to promote peace. And when the money runs out and the time runs out, we should have peace by then.
The three Beatles continued to focus on their music and side projects through the 80s and 90s, whilst always remembering the loss of their dear friends who had left them. But once again in 2002, the world was to fall witness to more tragic news that another member had lost his life due to cancer.
I'm very sad, devastated. We've known he's been ill for a long time, and just very sad to hear that he's passed on. He's a lovely man. I love him dearly. I grew up with him, and I like to remember all the great times we had together in Liverpool and with the Beatles, and ever since, really.
It's been an awful shock today because, I mean, we've known it's been coming for a long while, but it still doesn't prepare you for the day when it actually happens. George is a wonderful man and a fine musician, but most importantly, I think he was a very loving person, full of humour, and I don't think he really wanted to be a famous person. I think he wanted to do his own stuff by himself. And fortunately, he had, in Olivia and Danny, he had a wonderful family, and my heart goes out to them.
I was lucky enough to see him a couple of weeks ago, and he was still laughing and joking. Very brave man. And I'm just privileged to have known him. And I love him like he's my brother. It was a very sad day for me and for a lot of other people. But I think he would have wanted us, you know, to get on and be loving and remember him as the great man he was.
It is a spiritual experience, but it's all down to the individual, you know, what you can manifest within yourself as to the value of anything. Really, the whole of life should be a spiritual experience because we are spirits who are just encased in bodies. People forget that and think they're just this body, but we're actually spirits in bodies.
Despite the loss of Brian Epstein, John Lennon and George Harrison, the Beatles' legacy will forever live on. Their music still sells around the world, and their mop-top image is still recognizable everywhere. In 2016, the remaining Beatles teamed up with the award-winning film director Ron Howard to make a documentary that showed off some of the unseen footage from some of the Beatles' biggest shows and historic moments.
Well, for me, it's been a great experience. It first began as just a fun, cool, creative adventure. Then I became very intimidated by it when I realized how important it was to fans. And now it's just proved to be a very gratifying experience, and I'm already nostalgic for it. I'm kind of, after 2 years of working with it, I'm a little sad to let it go.
8 Days a Week was praised by fans and critics for its cinematic style of storytelling and the way it showed audiences a brand new insight into the world of the Beatles. The Beatles have made their mark on history. They are the Fab Four, the sound of a generation, and the brilliant minds behind some of the most revolutionary music the industry has ever seen.
They really will go down as a milestone, as a cultural importance, as Shakespeare or the Royals or whomever, you know. They will. It is not schoolboy fantasy. They will go down as one of the great things this country has produced. The Fab Four, they will.
They are a cultural phenomenon. They have inspired so many people all over the world, and it's safe to say that the Beatles will keep inspiring generations for years to come.
Thank God I and other baby boomers invested our emotional time and space with folks that gave back and of themselves to society. And for that, 2 thumbs up for the Fab Four. Right on, boys.
I'd like to say thank you on behalf of the group and ourselves, and I hope we pass the audition.